Good morning, everyone. My name is Elliot Payne. I'm the president of Minneapolis City Council. Before we convene our meeting, we have the presentation of honorary resolutions. I'll invite Councilmember Warren to give the first presentation recognizing a day of compassion.
Thank you, Council President. You're gonna face this way. I'm gonna stand in the center. I'm going to get the record for the largest gathering at a reading of a resolution here in the council chambers. This is beautiful. So today, the city of Minneapolis and is delivering a resolution recognizing July 6, 2026 as a day of compassion in recognition of His Holiness and the 14th Dalai Lama's 91st birthday. Whereas Tibetan Buddhists believe that the Dalai Lamas are a manifestation of compassion and spiritual leaders of Tibet, and whereas His Holiness was recognized as the reincarnation of the 13th Dalai Lama at an early age and devoted his life to the study and practice of Buddhist philosophy and the promotion of compassion, interfaith dialogue, and mutual respect. And whereas following the invasion of the Tibetan people by the Republic of China in 1950 and the Tibetan uprising of 1959, he fled into exile as he has since worked to preserve the Tibetan people's cultural, religious, and historical heritage. And whereas the Dalai Lama has traveled extensively throughout the world, including Minnesota, fostering greater understanding, tolerance, harmony, and compassion amongst people of all faiths and background. And whereas in 1989, His Holiness was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for advocating peaceful solutions based on tolerance and mutual respect. And whereas his teachings on spectacular ethics, compassion, and emotional resilience have influenced educators, spiritual practitioners, and leading leaders globally. And whereas over 5,000 Tibetans now call Minnesota home, contributing to the social, cultural, and economic fabric of our communities by working in hospitals, operating small businesses in Minneapolis, and attending colleges and universities throughout the city. And whereas July 6th marks the 91st birthday of His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and the city council do hereby recognize July 6th as a day of compassion in recognition of His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama's 91st birthday in the city of Minneapolis, in recognition of his lifelong dedication to peace, compassion, and nonviolence. I believe there are a few people who would like to speak.
I'm hidden away here in the back. When I first told, I think it was Rachel, that we would be bringing some Tibetan community members here, I told him an estimate of 20 people. We have far exceeded that, but I'm pleasantly surprised to see so many members of our Tibetan community here. Good morning and Tashi Delek, which is our traditional Tibetan greeting. City Council President, members of the Minneapolis City Council, and community members. My name is Tenzi Chösang. I'm a proud Tibetan American, lifelong Minnesotan, and the current U.S. National Coordinator for the Voluntary Tibet Advocacy Group, the primary youth engagement and leadership initiative of the Central Tibetan Administration, which is the Tibetan government in exile. It is an honor to be here today as the city of Minneapolis recognizes July 6th as the Day of Compassion in honor of the 91st birthday of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. For Tibetans, the Dalai Lama is our spiritual leader, but his message belongs to everyone. Throughout his life, he has reminded us that compassion is not simply a personal virtue, it is the foundation of strong communities. It is how we build trust, bridge differences, and care for one another. As someone who works with young people and communities across Minnesota, I've seen how powerful compassion can be. It creates a sense of belonging, encourages understanding across cultures, and inspires people to serve something greater than themselves. Minnesota is home to more than 5,000 Tibetans. We're lucky that we didn't have all of them here today, many of whom have built their lives here in the Twin Cities. We are proud to contribute to the cultural, economic, and civic life in this region, and we are grateful to call Minneapolis home alongside so many vibrant communities. I also want to recognize that just yesterday, the St. Paul City Council passed a resolution recognizing July 6th as the Day of Compassion as well. Together, the Twin Cities are sending a very powerful message that compassion, understanding, and the respect for our shared humanity are values that unite us all. I would especially like to thank Councilmember Pearl Warren for taking the time to meet with our delegation, for listening to our community, and for introducing this resolution. Your leadership and partnership have made today's recognition possible. On behalf of the Minnesota Tibetan community, I thank all of our City Council members, city staff for making this meaningful recognition. We hope this resolution inspires all of us to continue building a city where compassion, respect, and belonging are not only celebrated, but are practiced every day. Thank you so much again. I think that's it.
Hello, Tishtale. My name is Tashi. Actually, he's my son. everything. And I'm the Vice President of Tibetan American Foundation of Minnesota. I just want to add, I work for Old Dutch. I think everybody enjoys some good chips every day. And I worked for 26 years. So, and I would like to thank all the council members for passing this resolution. From all 5,000, over 5,000 Tibetans live here in Minnesota. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. We're gonna take a photo. You're gonna go back there? Okay. We're gonna take a photo.
Next, we will recognize Power of the People Day with Councilmember Chavez.
Right, yeah, we're honoring the 25th year anniversary of the Power to the People stage and recognizing Sunday, June 28, 2026 as Power to the People Stage Day in the city of Minneapolis. Woo! Whereas the city of Minneapolis affirms its commitment to racial justice, gender equity, and liberation for all people, and recognizes that Pride Month began as a protest rooted in resistance to systematic oppression, and whereas Twin Cities Pride Festival, taking place on June 27th through June 28th, 2026, remains a powerful expression of visibility, solidarity, and collective action for 2S LGBTQIA+ communities across our region. And whereas the Power to the People stage, established in 2001, was created as an intentional and unapologetically platform to center the voices, artistry, and leadership of Black, Indigenous, and people of color, transgender, non-binary, and other historically marginalized 2S LGBTQIA plus communities. And whereas the stage enduring impact has been guided by visionary leaders and community builders, including Nick of the Minnesota Men of Color, who created pathways for the space to be, and Rox Anderson of Rare Productions, who has held the space over the years. These visionary leaders and community builders' work have amplified community power, cultural expression, and political consciousness. And whereas for 25 years, the Power to the People stage has stood as a space of resistance, celebration, healing, truth-telling, uplifting performers, activists, and organizers whose voices have too often been excluded from mainstream platforms. And whereas the city of Minneapolis acknowledges that equity requires not only recognition, but action, and honors spaces like the Power to the People stage as essential to dismantling systematic inequities and advancing justice. And whereas the year 2026 marks the 25th anniversary of the Power to the People stage and provides an opportunity to celebrate its legacy while recommitting to the ongoing struggle for liberation and inclusion. And whereas Nick Metcalf is hereby especially honored for his leadership, advocacy, and unwavering dedication to uplift community through the Power to the People stage and beyond. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and city council do hereby honor the 25th anniversary of the Power to the People stage and recognizes its lasting impact in advancing equity, representation, and justice within the 2S LGBTQIA plus community and the city of Minneapolis. And be it further resolved that the mayor and city council hereby proclaim Sunday, June 28th, 2026 as Power to the People stage day in the city of Minneapolis. And be it further resolved that the mayor and city council call upon all residents to celebrate, uplift, and support the voices of leadership of BIPOC, transgender, non-binary, and marginalized 2S LGBTQIA plus communities. And be it further resolved that the city of Minneapolis recommits to supporting community-led movements, cultural spaces, and policy initiatives that advance racial justice, gender equity, and the full liberation of all people. This is a big day, and I hope that we get to see everybody on Sunday. And I'll first pass it to Roxanne. Here, Rox. And we'll have more resolutions to pass out.
Thank you very much, Council Member Chavez, for spearheading this, for getting it done and making it happen. Thanks to the full body of the council and the mayor for recognition of this important work that we've been doing over the last 20 years. And that I just really appreciate everybody being here today and showing up. And I'll pass it to Nick.
Oh, I didn't know I was supposed to say anything. Sorry. Thank you, everybody, and I hope to see you on Sunday.
I'll say a few words, as I think it's important during Pride Month to recognize our leaders, our BIPOC leaders in the 2S LGBTQIA movement who have literally led us through this moment. You know, Pride was an uprising, Pride was a protest, and if it wasn't particularly for Black and brown trans women that have led the way for people like myself to be able to be here and say that we deserve more, I think it's important to acknowledge on top of queer folks of color that have led this movement as well. So I just wanted to say that as we are close to ending Pride Month this year, because it may be the end of the month, but it's not over, and it will continue to be prideful for all of our communities. So I wanted to say that today.
I feel like I need to say that a big thank you to former President Andrea Jenkins for showing me the difference between a proclamation and a resolution and giving me a pathway to do that.
Yes. We love her. Okay, we'll take a photo. Unless somebody else wants to say something. No? Sure. Love it.
I'll just say a quick thing. Hi, everybody. I'm Shore. I'm the Two-Spirit LGBTQIA Equity Manager at the City of Minneapolis. And we've had a long partnership with the Power to the People stage with Rare Productions. And we will be the city of Minneapolis will be having our tables with the Power to the People stage this year for Pride as well, and we're really grateful for that partnership and to be there in particular. So go say hi, take in the music, come see and meet some of the folks who work at the city who will be there across a lot of departments who can share some stuff about resources that we have in community. So that's another piece that we're excited about this year. Thanks, council member.
Thank you, and to all our staff that make this place run. We'll take a quick photo.
Finally, I will welcome up Vice President Osmond to recognize Somali Week.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm presenting here recognizing the 2026 Somali Week Festival. Whereas Somali Week Festival is a vibrant celebration of Somali culture, heritage, and community, recognized as the largest event of its kind outside of Somalia, drawing thousands of participants to Minneapolis each year. And whereas this festival marks a significant occasion for Somali diaspora, providing an opportunity to celebrate Somali Independence Day, reflecting on the history, struggle, and triumphant of Somalia since independence 1960. And whereas the Somali Week Festival showcases Somali art, music, dance, fashion, cuisine, fostering greater understanding and appreciation of Somali culture among all residents of Minneapolis and promoting multiculturalism and unity. And whereas the mission of Somali Week is to promote cross-cultural exchange and deepen the community understanding of the rich cultural heritage and significant contribution to the Somali American community. And whereas the Somali Week Festival aligns with Minneapolis' value of diversity, inclusion, and community celebration, reinforcing the city's commitment to recognizing and honoring the rich tapestry of cultural that constitutes its population. And whereas Minneapolis is home to one of the largest Somali communities in North America, whose presence has enriched the cultural, economic, civic, and social life of our city for decades. And whereas the Somali community, throughout its resilience, leadership, and vibrant cultural expression, continues to inspire and contribute to the ongoing story of Minneapolis, enriching our city throughout its culture, entrepreneurship, and civic engagement. And whereas the Somali American community has demonstrated extremely resilience, unity, and strength, continuing to celebrate its heritage, support one another, and continue to civic and economic and social life of Minneapolis during period tested money immigrants and refugees and refugee communities. And whereas Somali American continue to help shape the future of Minneapolis throughout entrepreneurship, public service, education, healthcare, arts, philanthropy, and civic leadership, helping build a strong city for future generations. And whereas Minneapolis is strengthened by the relationship built among neighbors from many cultural and money background, demonstrating that our diversity remains one of the greatest sources of strength, belonging, and shared prosperity. And whereas throughout the leadership of community organizers, volunteers, artists, business and cultural institutions, and community partners, the Somali Week Festival has grown into a citywide celebration that welcomes participation from residents and visitors, Minnesota and beyond, fostering broader connection and relationships. Now, therefore, be resolved that the mayor and the city council do hereby recognize the Somali Week Festival 2026 as a significant cultural event in Minneapolis, celebrating Somali community resilience and contribution to our city and promoting value of diversity, inclusion, and cross-cultural understanding. And further, that July 1st, 2026 be recognized as Somali Cultural Day in the city of Minneapolis, acknowledging the enduring the spirit, leadership, and cultural richness of the Somali community. All right. Thank you so much. I do want to speak this important event. We all know that many years we have been having this wonderful Lake Street event that has been happening. I think many people have come through there and really enjoy and learn. And where else can you ride a camel? In Minneapolis, that's where you can ride a camel. So it's a wonderful event, and I invite you all to come. And I do want to thank the organizers and of course the community members. But one thing I really want to say that the Somali community was tested many times. This is not the first time they have been tested. We went through civil war. We are very resilient. One of the first press conference I did with the mayor, what I told Trump administration is here that we belong here and we are American like everyone else. And I say this is home. So I do want to pass it to Daoud, who is the president of organizing Somali events.
Thank you, Council Member. Thank you, everyone that's here today. Like Council Member Jamal Osman said, Somali Week is locally made, but globally recognized, anticipated, one of the largest celebration, not just for the global Somali diaspora, but for Minnesotans. Every single year, for 23 years now. Whether you are a Somali, whether you are a friend, whether you are a neighbor, we invite you to come celebrate with us this year. Enjoy the music, the culture, come ride a camel on Lake Street. I also want to seize this opportunity to thank the rest of the council members, the city of Minneapolis, Meet Minneapolis, who's a proud partner of ours this year as well. This year's celebration is significant, however, and more meaningful than the rest of the years as it aligns with our nation's 250th anniversary, which is the theme, partnership, progress, and unity. Again, I invite my neighbors, my friends, our city, and our state. Somali Week is proud to call here home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. At this time, I'm going to call this regular meeting of the City Council for June 25th to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Present.
Councilmember Chavez.
Present.
Councilmember Warren.
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Present.
Councilmember Wansley.
Present.
Councilmember Shuktai.
Present.
Councilmember Whiting is absent. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Present.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Present.
Councilmember Rainville.
Present.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Present.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Present.
There are 12 members present.
I know.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Before we begin the meeting, let me remind members and the staff that this meeting is broadcast to enable greater public participation. The broadcast includes real-time captioning as a means to increase the accessibility of the proceedings to the community. Therefore, all speakers need to be mindful of the rate of their speech so their captioners can fully capture and transcribe all comments for the broadcast. We ask all speakers to moderate the speed and clarity of their comments. With that, the agenda for today's meeting is before us. I'm going to propose one revision to the order of the agenda. Under our Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee and Public Health, Safety, and Equity Committee reports, we have two separate ordinances related to adult bathhouses. These are listed as Biz item number 6 and PHSE item number 2. If there's no objection, I'm going to propose that we take these items up together at the beginning of our reports of standing committees, as it makes sense to discuss these items as one package. Are there any objections to that plan? Are there any amendments to the agenda? Councilmember Warren.
Yes, I do have an amendment to the agenda.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I am bringing forth an amendment to request that the audit and after action review be completed by March 19th, 2027. This is the amendment is the order of new business to request that the audit committee relating to MPHA's use of city funds.
Councilmember Warren has moved to amend the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any other amendments? I'm going to call on the clerks. There's this World Cup.
President Payne, I think I can answer this question.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Chowdhury.
We're going to take this up in our committee of the whole agenda as the item's already on the agenda. So I'll be making a motion to amend the item itself.
Got it.
Not an amendment to the full agenda.
Got it. Seeing no other amendments, may I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shuktai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting is absent. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries and the agenda is adopted. The next item is acceptance of minutes from our regular meeting of June 11th. May I have a motion to accept those minutes?
So moved.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shuktai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries and the minutes have been accepted. Finally, we have the referral of petitions, communications, and reports to proper committees. May I have that motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shuktai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries and those matters have been referred. The next order of business is presentation of reports from our standing committees. First, as mentioned at the top of our meeting, we're going to take up Biz item 6 and PHSE item 2, both of which are ordinances related to adult bathhouses and sex venues. Just by way of background, these are in two separate committees because we are rearranging some of the code within business licensing and health code to permit for future regulations of bathhouses. So this is not the full body of work that we are aiming to do. This is the starting point for setting the foundation to do that full regulatory framework around this body of work. This is building off of legislation that I co-authored with then President Andrea Jenkins, where we stripped some of the stigmatizing language out of our health code. Our community has been demanding that we fully repeal these regulations. Today is a reflection of this iterative approach to that final destination. And so, as a primary author of this ordinance, I will move approval of both items and ask for a second.
Second.
Is there any discussion? I'll recognize Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. Colleagues, today I want to talk about something that happened in the city before we were all on the council, and why what we do today with these votes matter for the people who lived through it, for the people who will come after us, and why this matters to particularly the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. In June of 1979, members of the Minneapolis City Council voted against allowing a pride block party in Minneapolis. That same month, the MPD's vice squad and deputy mayor entered a bathhouse in downtown Minneapolis drunk and harassed the men inside, vowing to come back and shut down what they called, and I'm quoting, a whorehouse for men. The police did in fact come back. In December 1979, the largest raid on adult bathhouses in the United States history happened here in Minneapolis. 2 undercover MPD officers in towels began grabbing men. 125 people were ticketed. 9 were charged with the felony crime of sodomy. And people who had gathered not to harm anyone, not to break anyone's life, but to be together in queer spaces were criminalized. In 1987, at the height of the AIDS crisis, the city added a ban on high-risk sexual behavior. Despite evidence being clear then, and the evidence remaining clear now, and as the Liveness Project has testified before this council, that pushing this activity into less visible spaces does not eliminate risk. It makes outreach and education more hard. And in fact, at that time, evidence did not matter, I guess. And in 1988, Minneapolis formally banned bathhouses. That ban has been on the books for 38 years. These were gathering spaces for queer people, especially gay men, at a time when being out in public could get you fired, could get you beat, could get you arrested. These were places of refuge, and I think it's important to acknowledge that these establishments were even picketed by signs that said AIDS kill and avoid gay bathhouses. What we are doing today is clearing the path for a proper public health and zoning framework to follow in the future. It is technical in nature, and it does not mean that bathhouses are able to open just yet, but today is a first step, and it will not be the last, but it is an important one. I also want to acknowledge Brian Coyle, the first out gay member of the Minneapolis City Council who voted for this ban in 1988. He was already living with HIV when he did it. He was making decisions in the middle of a crisis with immense pressure. And in the last year of his life, Brian Coyle chose to be public about his HIV status. And I want to let people know that that took courage. Brian Coyle didn't have the science that we have today, but what we do have now is science that can help improve people's lives. We have PrEP, U=U, and modern HIV prevention. I believe that if Brian Coyle were with us here today, and with everything that we know now about public health, he would be standing with us proudly with the priorities of our community and with me on this council, so I would not feel alone taking this vote. I also want to be honest about what I feel sitting here on the dais as the only out LGBTQ+ person on this council. I say it because I know what it has meant for so many in our community to have no one in this chamber who could look at this ban and say, I know what it cost us. I know who this ban was aimed at, and I know that the hate that came with this ban was wrong and still is. Someone who will acknowledge that bathhouse restrictions have a history that is intertwined with anti-2S LGBTQIA bigotry, in particular the history of homophobia in Minneapolis. And today's vote is a step to try and rectify past harms. In fact, when this ban first passed, the ordinance declared AIDS to be of particular danger to persons in this community. This community meaning the community I'm a part of and proud to be a part of. It stated that this disease was found to occur in discernible population groups, and that the definition of high-risk sexual conduct targeted acts associated specifically with gay men. To be clear, it was a law targeting gay men, and the city decided to put that law into code. To everyone who was ticketed, to everyone who was charged, to everyone who was harassed, rated, and criminalized for being who you are, I am very proud to take this vote for you and the entire 2S LGBTQIA community. I urge my colleagues to support this today.
Councilmember Chowdhury. Okay. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. I'll just keep my remarks brief. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Councilmember Chavez and every single council member that's been a part of authoring this ordinance. These two ordinances are the first step. They make some really important technical changes, and I just wanted to appreciate that this is taking place on Pride Month. What I had seen in two committees, Business, Housing, and Zoning, and Public Health, Safe, Equity, is something that I hadn't seen before in City Hall, which was an outpouring of our 2S LGBTQIA community, our queer community, coming to City Hall, not only to share their reasons for why we need to support the repeal of this archaic bathhouse ban, but they were sharing honest and real queer stories. There was a lot of beautiful storytelling that was happening. People were sharing their experiences. They were sharing why they chose to leave states and communities that were not welcoming to them to come to a place like Minneapolis, because it is a welcoming city, because we are taking strides and steps to make it more welcoming, not only in name, but in policy. And that's why we took up this entire Pride policy package today, and this is a key part of it. And I think it's worth sharing that when this ban took place, this is before we had medication like PrEP that is key in preventing the spread of HIV. The science has caught up. The health outreach systems are there, and it's really hard to keep this on our books when other cities have successfully had bathhouses that are safe, that for community members that don't want to see them or be a part of them, it's not bothering them, if that's what some people are worried about. But it's created the places where people can feel safe in their queer identity and build more queer stories and continue to have that place of community and care. So I'm proud to be a co-author on this, and I'm proud to support this too, and I hope to see this pass through our body today.
Councilmember Schaefer. Please hold your applause. Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, President Payne. I would like to just share a moment, take a brief moment to share why I won't be supporting this today. And I want to be clear about something up front, first and foremost. Councilmember Chavez, thank you for sharing your heart. Thank you for sharing about the discrimination and the hate that was experienced in times past around bathhouses. Minneapolis is and must remain a city where LGBTQ people are celebrated, safe, visible, respected, and free. And along those lines, I will be supporting the ordinances that Councilmember Chavez is bringing forward today around welcoming cities. My concern today is not just with LGBTQ spaces, not with consenting adults, and not with whether or not Minneapolis is a welcoming city. My concern is the deletions suggested today in Title 11, Chapter 219, which would allow in Minneapolis commercial operations for the purposes of permitting sex and allowing enclosures for a fee where people can go and have sex. Basically allowing adult sex venues to operate in our city by striking these particular parts of the ordinance. As a representative of Loring Park, the historic epicenter of LGBTQ life in Minneapolis, I have heard from many constituents who have questions about this proposal. Some support it, some oppose it. Some are still weighing the public health, neighborhood, regulatory, and historical implications. And some people actually have lived experience with this time and the 3 bathhouses that we had in the warehouse district. Just yesterday, I sat down with a constituent who helped challenge Minnesota's anti-sodomy statute and who served as an aide to the late Senator Alan Speer, the first openly gay man in the country to serve as state legislator and the leading force behind the 1993 Human Rights Act, which protected gay and lesbian Minnesotans from discrimination and was the first state civil rights law in the nation to expressly protect transgender people. My constituent has spent decades in this fight. He shared with me that many gay men in his own network either oppose the return of bathhouses or have real questions about whether this is the right path for a variety of reasons. When someone who helps secure important legal protections for LGBTQ Minnesotans raises a concern, I think it is important for me to listen. Additionally, given the city's budget shortfalls in core city services and limited staff capacity, I don't think this is a top priority for expanding services. On the eve of Pride, this is a reminder that the LGBTQ community is not monolith. Respecting this community means listening to the full range of voices within it, including people who fought for LGBTQ freedom for decades. Thank you for allowing me to share these comments. Thanks.
Please, Councilmember Palmisano.
Mr. Chair, Council President, and Councilmember Chavez, thank you for hearing my concerns about retaining the work that I did about 7 years ago on adult entertainment, more commonly referred to as strip clubs. It's really important to me when we talk about adult entertainment that we are always protecting the safety of the workers and the health, safety, and the cleanliness of the venues themselves. This action in front of us right now is adding my previous work instead from health to the License and Business Regulations Code. When I did this work, the city attorney at the time felt the health code was best fit. It's okay for that to change. I hope that you see my support of this as the goodwill and know that I have serious concerns still about how bathhouses will be regulated and how the city might do this better in the future. I hope you will invite me to be part of that work, as a lot of work went into these regulations that are being moved from one part of the code to the other. I'm pretty familiar with the risk environment and the policy framework of what we have in front of us today, and I would like to be part of that work. Thank you.
Councilmember Wansley.
I just want to also get in queue and just give gratitude to Councilmember Chavez and his leadership on this policy, as well as the co-authors who have recognized that this is a priority. Our LGBTQ2S+ communities have long been advocating for this policy. Our former president, Councilmember Jenkins, the first Black trans woman to sit on this body, and in that particular leadership role, spent years advocating for this policy. I don't understand in no way possible, especially in the month of Pride, where I, as someone who identifies as heterosexual, being able to say, you know what, I find that this is not a priority for you, and to make a decision for communities who have said that this has brought nothing but stigmatization. It's a reflection of a time in our local politics that it was driven by fear, a lack of understanding of a major public health epidemic that was AIDS at that time. And it is those decisions that were rooted in fear that brought this policy into fruition in the first place. And we have the opportunity to actually repeal and have a hard reset and actually demonstrate in alignment with our values of being a welcoming city for all of our communities, and that includes our LGBTQ+ folks. And in that, I think it's also quite dangerous to use this line, and I think it's important to address this, the weaponization of hypersexualization of our queer communities as a means to also bring forward repressive policies that limits their existence and their ability to be in community with each other. The idea that this policy has been repeatedly framed as facilitation of brothel or sexual activity, as if folks just want to go out and have sex, which, you know what? Maybe that might help actually bring more joy into our city. But to say that this policy is essentially the facilitation of legalizing brothels is not what's happening. And I think it's so important to not use this trope of hypersexualizing our communities that put us in this first place, to put a very repressive, ignorant, and fear-based policy in the place, in our legal code in the first place. And I don't want to be part of using that as a trope to repress and suppress our queer communities in their full existence, in their fullest humanity. So I just wanted to say that we need to be intentional. I think it has been intentional to try to misconfigure the intent of this policy outside of what it is which our communities, people who pay taxes, who help keep our city afloat, who help bring such life into our city. If you can go and enjoy a drag show at Gay 90s or wherever else in the saloon, you should also be able to stand up for the policies that makes those spaces possible, that makes the community, that allows us to enjoy drag brunches on Saturday mornings possible. So I just want to name my support of this policy, and it shouldn't have to fall on the weight of shoulders of our queer council members alone. This is intersectional. There's a shared responsibility of protecting our LGBTQ plus communities, and this is one of the ways in which we can share that load, and again, be in alignment with our city values. So with that, I'm so grateful that we're able to actually do something right today and correct a period in our local history that brought harm, that brought shadows, that was rooted in fear, to actually transform that into a moment of boldness, of pride, of joy, of opportunity. And I'm so excited and so grateful that I could be on this side of the dais to support those efforts.
Councilmember Chavez.
I think I'm next, right? Thank you. I just wanted to at least make sure that folks know that this won't leave bathhouses in a gray area. We still need to work on zoning, the safety and regulations component, so bathhouse won't be able to open tomorrow or in the next week. My office and many of the authors have committed publicly, as I mentioned in committee, and in a meeting with Mayor Frey, to work closely with his administration and city staff on the next steps. So I'm saying that out loud just so you can hold me to account to that. I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Palmisano. Commit to working with you on this as well, and anybody in this body, as we figure out the next steps in this process that is really important to me and many people in this body. So I'm saying that out loud so you can hold me to account. Thanks.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Chavez, for taking the time to speak with me about my concerns. I will be voting for this to go forward, but I still need my questions answered. And you explained that it's going to take time, but I have a lot of questions about this before the final vote is taken. Thank you.
And then I added myself to queue because I just really wanted to thank all of the co-authors on this. Councilmember Chowdhury, Councilmember Stevenson, Councilmember Chugtai, Councilmember Wansley, and especially Councilmember Chavez, because I ended up being the lead author as a result of former Council President Jenkins' leadership. And it's an honor to be amongst such a powerful group of people that are willing to bring policy like this forward. I want to give a special shout out to Councilmember Chavez, because representation matters, but representation isn't enough. You have to actually act on those values, on what the community needs. And this entire Pride and Policy package is a real reflection of that action that we're taking, especially during Pride Month. So I'm just really honored to be a part of this. And seeing no one else left in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
No.
Councilmember Schaefer.
No.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Abstain.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 9 ayes, 2 nays, and 1 abstention.
That carries, and those ordinances are adopted. Next, we will proceed with the committee reports, which are taken in alphabetical order, beginning with the report of the Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee, given by that committee's chair, Vice President Osman.
Thank you, President Payne. Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee will be bringing 27 items forward today. Item 1 is the appointment of Eric Hansen to the position of Director of Community Planning and Economic Development. Item 2 approves an entertainment upgrade for Indeed Brewing Company. Item 3 approves extended hours for rental hall license for Millennium Event Center. Item 4 approves a land sale at 3726 Logan Avenue North. Item 5 approves an ordinance related to tailgating. Item 6 is an ordinance related to adult bathhouse. This item was dispensed with that at the beginning of this meeting. Item 7 approves an ordinance related to the moratorium on data center in the city. Item 8 approves a 2 liquor license. Item 9 approves 42 liquor license renewals. Item 10 approves a 4 gambling renewals. Item 11 approves a business license operating condition for Wonder Cycle pedal cars. Item 12 approves a business license operating condition for Urban Eats. Item 13 approves 13 Minneapolis Workforce Development Board appointments. Item 14 approves Minneapolis Advisory Committee on Housing appointments. Item 15 approves 16 Minneapolis Art Commission appointments. Item 16 is an appointment to Minnesota Ballpark Authority. This was sent forward without recommendation. Item 17 accepts Workforce and Opportunity Act grant for U.S. Department of Labor. Item 18 authorizes amendment to the new Nicollet redevelopment. Item 19 approves funding for 2116 Nicollet Avenue project. Item 20 approves appropriation from the U.S. Housing Department to CBET. Item 21 approves rezoning application for 2007 Stevens Avenue. Item 22 accepts the grant for NAPC Forum Conference. Item 23 approves the debt mitigation for the rental reclaim housing portfolio. Item 24 approves the staff direction related to the business regulatory environment in the city. Item 25 authorizes contract with MPHA for security and safety. Item 26 authorizes city census tract ranking for the Opportunity Zone program. And lastly, item 27 authorizes a contract extension with Gither Theater for 20 years. With that, I will move all items for approval and pull items 7 and 16 for separate discussion. And I will also note that item 6, adult bathhouse, has already been voted on that. If you have any question, I'm here. Thank you.
Vice President Osman has moved approval of the committee's report, taking up items 7 and 16 separately. Is there any discussion on the remainder of the report? Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I would like to request a separate vote on item number 1. And I would also have a question about item number 25, about the funding that is being provided from the city to MPHA. Is this in addition to the $5 million in annual funding that comes down from the city of Minneapolis? Or is this just a disbursement of those funds?
Is there anyone who can speak to this? Councilmember Wansley?
Thank you, President Payne. And I, of course, will welcome staff, but this is, from my understanding, a reflection of the budget amendment that council brought forward. If that's not the case, let me know, Alfred. Thank you. Okay, so Councilmember Pearl, my office, with the support of council last year, brought forward a budget amendment reflecting the amount that's before us to go to the high-rise council, which, as you know, houses many seniors, and they have been dealing with some safety concerns. So this is to help facilitate some more safety resources to keep those high rises safe. So that is going to also specifically the high rise council to manage.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Robin Wansley. My question lives in the body of this that asks, what then was the $5 million that we have instrumented to Minneapolis Public Housing Authority utilized for, and then what type of oversight is being provided? Because I believe that a portion of that $5 million to balance the levy also included the support for security and security services as it relates to Minneapolis Public Housing Authority.
I will also invite staff to speak on this, but as someone who worked with council and the mayor to institute the $5 million public housing levy, that was to go towards MPHA's now more than $200 million capital backlog. So we spent several years talking about how can we chip away at that, and the $5 million, which was included in the mayor's budget, was a piece of that. In terms of the public safety allocation that you're referring to, many years ago, MPHA did used to just request a separate levy dealing with safety, and they used to get about $1 million from that. The intention of that $5 million that was allocated had nothing to do. Actually, that $1 million had lapsed, so they had to absorb much of their security costs within their existing budget. So the $5 million that was appropriated by this body in partnership with the council, approved by the Board of Estimates and Taxation, was really tied to addressing MPHA's capital backlog. And if I'm missing anything, Director Hansen or Director Port, please let me know.
Director.
Council President Payne, council members, I'm Eric Hansen, the CPED Director, and Councilmember Wansley has it exactly. The city levies a $5 million that goes directly to the Public Housing Authority. That does not hit the city's bank accounts. It goes right in PHA. The PHA then reports back on a regular basis to the council and the mayor on what they do with those funds. It's something managed directly through the finance department. We can get you reports on what they use the $5 million for.
Thank you for that, yep. Director Hansen. And thank you, Councilmember Wansley.
Councilmember Wansley. Got it. Okay. Seeing no one else left in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the committee report minus item 1. Item 6 has already been disposed of. Item 7 and item 16.
Councilmember Polisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries. Next, we will take up item number 1. Is there, Councilmember Warren, did you wish to speak on this item?
Yes. Thank you, Council President Payne. I just wanted to speak to the reappointment of our Community Planning and Economic Development Director, Eric Hansen. I thought it was very honest that you, and I appreciate your honesty in talking about the fact that we did get off on the wrong foot at the start of my tenure here in serving in this council seat. I'm still not exactly sure why that was the case, because I really want to work on the economic development and livability issues that deeply concern specifically North Minneapolis and more prudently Ward 5, as that is an area of grave, high concentrated poverty. And I am deeply committed to rewriting the narrative of the things that are happening within our community to make those measures very realistic. And the question that I asked of you when I asked what things have you done in order to implement some type of change so that we can see different results moving forward. I realized as I watched the video back over and over again, because that's what I do. I don't watch TV, but I will watch video, that you still neglected to answer that question. I am committed to working with you in ensuring that, you know, we come up with those answers collectively together. At this time, I cannot vote for your reappointment, but I am making a commitment to work with you should you be reappointed into this role.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. So Director Hansen, I will be voting for you, as I said the other day, but I just want to say again that I have some real reservations about the ability of your business license staff to adapt to the new changes we're seeing in the city with the gun violence around our license holders. And I look forward, I'm going to vote for you. I have full faith in you that your leadership will do that. I see, I know our attorney's office is willing to work with us. I see one of the attorneys here today. So let's make this happen. Let's keep our community safe. Thank you.
Councilmember Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am so excited to be supporting Director Hansen's renomination and appointment today to continue serving over the course of this term as the city's Community Planning and Economic Development Director. Mr. Hansen, I want to thank you for your service to the city and for being someone who loves Minneapolis through and through, and the people that call it home through and through. It's always a joy to work with your team, and I have found some of the best partnership and the best collaborative work that I've had the honor of being a part of here. It's always included your team, and I don't think that's an accident. Thank you to the folks from your leadership team that are here today, and I know that. We have just some really incredibly brilliant people that we're lucky to have serve with us. So thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to acknowledge a conversation that you and I had in private, acknowledge it publicly. We were talking specifically about building decarbonization, and we were talking back and forth about identifying the goal and the year or the time when the goal needs to happen, and then making a plan back from that in order to have an actionable and clear plan. So we were talking about getting fossil fuels out of buildings, but the same goes for affordable housing development, for total housing production, for all these things, which I know that we have similar values on. So I'm looking forward to working with you and your staff on all three of those issues, frankly. And setting the goal that we know that we need of housing affordability, housing production, building decarbonization, these things, and working backwards for actionable steps from here to there. So looking forward to that. Thank you.
Vice President Osman.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Someone who worked being a member and a vice chair and a chair of a business committee, let me just say this. CBED is one of the best departments in our city. And ever since I arrived, Eric, your commitment and your leadership has been excellent. And let me just also give your staff a wonderful professionalism and experience they bring, and the commitment. They do a lot. They do a lot of work. And also, I made this comment on Tuesday that your personal commitment to the city for 20 plus years, it's amazing. We're lucky to have you, and I'm making another motion to move this forward for approval, and really thank you for your service, and I will be voting for you.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, President Payne. I just wanted to say I had a really good conversation with Director Hansen yesterday. I think the conversation was really focused on repair. I was so excited the last time that the director was before us for an appointment, because the person before me was a person who understood the North Side, and not just the North Side, but Ward 4. You all hear me say this all the time. We're the forgotten ward. So I was extremely excited to support him in his previous appointment. I think what's happening now is it feels like the North Side has been lost. There were several things that I asked for specifically from the entire department that I hoped that when we got to this place, it would be different. And that's vacant lots in North Minneapolis. That is a lot of the livability issues we see. In my ward in particular, we have some commercial spaces that are very underserved that need to be activated. And we need some innovation and a vision from CPED and from the community that ensures that that happens. When you have one of the only areas in the city that has vacant spaces that can be utilized, that's a priority. That's an opportunity for us to build up this city the way we say we want to. We also, I think we've lost the way on how we collaborate with public safety in CPED with different departments around the livability issues, and I want to see that on the forefront of the next 4 years of CPED and what is happening on the North Side. And I want to see the love spread. I don't want to see the same people get opportunities through CPED for projects over and over again. I want to see young up-and-coming people that we haven't met yet understand what's going on in CPED and listen to their vision and give them some lots. And there are certainly things that I'm proud of in CPED, the Minneapolis Homes program. There are some things that I certainly want to see, and we talked about it yesterday. You know, we keep having this roller coaster ride with grocery stores in North Minneapolis. It's a food desert. I'd love for us to work on partnerships with some big grocers and bring people in. We have opportunity there. How do we work as a department, as council members, as a governing body to ensure that the North Side is no longer a food desert or a pharmacy desert? So I'm looking forward to working together in the next 4 years and hoping that, you know, some things are going to change when it comes to the work that CPED is doing on the North Side. And I certainly will acknowledge that there are projects that are happening in other parts of the city that have taken away from the North Side over the years, but there's got to be balance and there's got to be the right staff in place to ensure that we have that balance. So that's it for me. I'm going to support my colleague to the north and not support this reappointment, but hope that we can work in the future. I think we shook on it yesterday, working in the future to do some repair, set some goals, and make sure that those goals are accomplished.
Seeing no one else left in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on item number 1.
Councilmember Palmisano. Aye. Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
No.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitoff.
No.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 10 ayes and 2 nays.
That carries. And our next item is item number 7, moratorium on data centers. Is there any discussion on item number 7? Or Mr. Clerk, do we want to get an update on what this
Mr.
background
President, I
noise
was just
is?
going to share, because obviously we hear there's an alarm going off. I think security is trying to track that down to make sure we have people who are connecting with NBC. It may be, because it is at least a distraction, an opportunity for us to take a brief recess until that's been addressed. I can't tell you what it is right now, but I know security is aware and they're looking into it.
Let's take let's do a 10-minute recess. Tech team, we're ready. Welcome back. It looks like our issue was resolved. I will call on the clerk to take the roll to verify the presence of a quorum.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Present, sorry.
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Present.
Councilmember Wansley.
Present.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Present.
Councilmember Whiting is absent. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Present.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Present.
Councilmember Rainville.
Present.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Present.
Vice President Osman is absent. President Payne.
Present.
There are 11 members present.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. We are on biz item number 7, which is a moratorium on data centers. I will recognize Councilmember Palmisano.
Colleagues, I am really struggling with the need for this ordinance, and so I won't be supporting it today. We already have a process in place that will be completed this fall to address the regulatory framework around data centers. They're not built quickly, they don't pop up overnight. By allowing this ban in the meantime, even with a carve-out for moderate-sized facilities in downtown, we send the message to the business community that business operations in Minneapolis aren't important or supported by this council. We send the message that we don't want their investment, and we send the message that they should take their business elsewhere. Guess what? They will. I won't try to speak for any of my colleagues, but I will clearly say for myself that we have got to keep thinking outside the box for ways to revitalize our downtown and utilize some of this empty space. The Groove Lofts project is a perfect example, and I look forward to more of that. Reasonable data centers are another valid use of empty space. We all know the financial outlook we're facing in Minneapolis, and it looks grim. We need to make it as easy as possible to reuse vacant spaces downtown and bring their higher use back onto our tax rolls so that takes pressure off every single renter and homeowner in this city. Our residents cannot continue to shoulder the burden of increasing property taxes just to keep this city going. Thank you.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this. I'm just troubled by it. This is policy by fear, not facts. It signals to investors that Minneapolis is not able or willing to regulate new industries. When this ordinance, I think I have the microphone here.
I'm saying a point of order for ascribing motive.
Yeah, Councilmember Chowdhury raised a point of order around ascribing motives around fear-based policy making.
I am ascribing motive.
That's a violation of our rules, and we would ask that you not.
Thank you for calling me on that. I hope you call it equally for everybody else when they ascribe motive. So if I could finish, when this ordinance was brought forth, neither Councilmember Schaefer nor I were consulted by the authors, and our areas are infected, influenced the most by this, were affected. So had I been asked, I would have explained to the authors that there are many data centers, i.e. computer centers in downtown already, and they're not harming anything. We have plenty of excess water supply and electricity in order to accommodate new growth. And I want to end by commending Councilmember Schaefer for authoring a legislative directive to have our professional staff look into this matter so we can make policy based on facts, not fear.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. I want to start off by thanking all the various stakeholders and advocates that have come to work on this policy. We've engaged environmental groups, scores of constituents across the city, spoken to downtown stakeholders, developers, unions, trades, and so many more. And we saw at the Business Housing Zoning Committee meeting, community members of all ages and backgrounds come to provide powerful testimony about their real and valid concerns regarding the development of data centers and their various impacts on our communities for generations to come. I want to be very, very clear. Residents across the city of Minneapolis and policymakers across the city Minneapolis, and our state are closely watching the rapid expansion of data centers across the country and asking what this could mean for our neighborhoods, our infrastructure, and our future. The data center industry, especially these new generation data centers that are not the data centers of years past, the enterprise level data centers that we do have existing in the city of Minneapolis, though that industry has shown over and over again negative impacts, especially in communities of color and communities that have been impacted by environmental injustices and created sacrifice zones. There have been impacts on water resources and high usage of electricity. And while we in the city of Minneapolis may have different conditions, these are the same companies that are looking to build new generation generative AI data centers in the city of Minneapolis. And it's time that we update our policies to reflect the needs that are present before us. Minneapolis residents are counting on us to put their interests first as large corporations rapidly push to develop these data centers. And that's why this proposal is here before us today. This is not a ban on data centers. Y'all, it's a 5-month moratorium ahead of us. It's not anti-technology. It's future-proofing our city. It's a temporary pause that gives Minneapolis the opportunity to do what good government should do: gather information, engage the public, and establish clear rules before major decisions are made. And as our advisory group on environmental action has sent us a letter in support of this moratorium, they stated really clearly with something that I agree. This signals that the city is open to intentional and responsible business and not closed for business. Any uncertainty that we as the city of Minneapolis may have around data centers was not born out of anything that we have as policymakers have done. That uncertainty has come from the scores and scores of news articles and evidence of negative impacts across the country. The reality is a single large facility today can consume as much electricity as tens of thousands of homes and uses millions of gallons of water annually. And these facilities run 24/7. And these projects rarely occur in isolation. Industry experts describe a clustering effect where one facility attracts additional development. Decisions made today can shape land use patterns, utility demands, and neighborhood impacts for decades to come. And Minneapolis, yet again, lacks the regulatory framework for data centers. Our zoning code doesn't even contain a specific definition for data centers, and we haven't undergone the work to fully evaluate how much power capacity we can give to the data center industry. What does this mean for us in terms of water consumption? What does this mean in terms of a data center that might be built downtown or a data center that is looking to be built in an industrial sited area? And these are questions that we're going to be pursuing in the next 5 months. And I believe that this temporary pause complements the policies that we're going to be working on, the policies that I'm co-authoring with Councilmember Schaefer. This pause gives us the opportunity to address all of the gaps that we have and really robustly study water usage, energy demands, and land use concerns, and also have proof that the economic benefits are real. We've heard over and over again that this is going to reduce greenhouse gases, that this is going to help our general fund and increase revenue for our city, that this is going to provide thousands and thousands of jobs. And I think that they should have to prove it first, and we should be eyes wide open before we sign up. For an industry that we don't have policy to regulate. And so, colleagues, I ask you to support this today. And one thing that I'll also share is that we've made a significant compromise already within this policy that has addressed the concerns of downtown data center development. Councilmember Osman brought forward an amendment that brought an essential carve out for data center development up to 350,000 square feet in downtown, and that it's very likely not going to have any impacts on the development that's going to take place over the next 5 months. And once again, Our job as the city of Minneapolis is to look out for the public interest. The job of big tech is not that. They look out for their shareholders, and we should not be bending over backwards to the highest bidder, and we should be eyes wide open and fully understand what's happening with this industry, and we should bring all of our constituents along. And I will say the best antidote to fear is accurate and transparent information and governance.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, President Payne. I just want to speak plainly about some of the things that we've heard in the chambers around data centers and kind of actually what's in front of us, kind of a rhetoric versus reality. Some of this rhetoric has been amplified by the confusion, I think, that we have around the differences between hyperscale and small urban data centers. And I absolutely agree there are strong concerns around hyperscale build-outs. But that's not what we're facing here in Minneapolis, and I'd like to kind of just highlight some of those differences, some of those contrasts. We heard that a data center could go up instead of a soccer field or instead of a playground, that we should ask our kids whether they'd rather have a data center or a park. But that's not the choice in front of us, that's rhetoric. Here's the reality. At this point, we're talking about a few unoccupied floors of a handful of downtown properties. Nobody has brought the city or the park board a proposal to build on an open green space, and if they did, we'd say no. Vacant floors repurposed as small data centers have the potential to add hundreds of millions of dollars in commercial valuation that relieves the tax burden sitting on every homeowner and every renter in this city. We've heard about this moratorium that Minneapolis is open for pollution and anything goes. We've heard they will steal our water and spike our electric bills. That's rhetoric. Here's the reality. State law already requires that very large customers pay 100% of their own infrastructure upgrades. These costs land on the data center, not the ratepayer. State law requires clean energy standards. A data center in Minneapolis will help us build the green infrastructure of our city for the future and support our climate goals through utility franchise fees. A data center in the Dakotas won't. A downtown data center uses as much water as a medium-sized apartment building, less than a golf course in our city. Nobody's proposing we ban these. We've also heard that the need for a moratorium is here because of jobs building data centers are only temporary. Last I checked, most construction jobs are project-based, and you need projects to do work. Here's the reality. Union workers who've actually worked on these projects came and told us they are benefiting from these opportunities. The pipe fitters, electrical workers, LIUNA, sheet metal workers, building trade councils, they asked for us to vote against the moratorium. And just 2 weeks ago, right here in Minneapolis, the AFL-CIO delegates from around the country unanimously adopted a framework for responsible data center development, a framework that pointedly did not call for a moratorium. They called for what I am already proposing, sensible regulation that captures the upside for our workers and the public and doesn't close the door on our collective prosperity. When labor stands up and tells us a policy will cost their members work, we owe it to them to listen. I'm proud to be authoring this work on data center regulation, and this work is happening now. We don't need a moratorium because we've got the conditional use permitting process. We can say no to any project that comes forward in the next few months that doesn't serve the interests of Minneapolis residents. I also think of Director Hansen's reappointment discussion in Biz Committee last week, and I mentioned it and I'll mention it again. When asked what was needed to bring economic growth to Minneapolis, he said two things: resources, like investment, and confidence, a growing confidence in our city. And he went on to say, people are more likely to take a chance on investment when policy and process environments are clear and predictable. A moratorium is not a clear and predictable policy. So this moratorium doesn't add a single safeguard and may actually be a detriment to economic growth. It turns away union jobs and investment in Minneapolis while we do the needed regulatory work that we've already started and will finish in a few short months. Let's not do that. Let's choose the version of this story where Minneapolis says yes to its own workers, yes to lowering the tax burden on its residents, and yes to a future where Minneapolis remains the economic powerhouse it has been since its founding. Let's choose reality over rhetoric. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I want to bring a different perspective into the conversation of data centers that I think is oftentimes forgotten about or excluded when it comes to the development of data centers and where they are historically placed at across the country. I have major concerns about data centers in general, and I'm concerned that without this moratorium, we are sending a signal that the green zones in both Southside and Northside Minneapolis are open to pollution, open to data centers, and open to the devastating impact that data centers have on our communities, whether it's rising up your electricity bills, whether it's light pollution, noise pollution, environmental injustice. Those are major concerns that I already have, especially representing Ward 9, where we've had bituminous roadway, Smith Foundry, and major polluting industries that have had a devastating impact on the livelihood of the people that I am proud to represent. I also want to mention that this data center moratorium, this temporary pause, whatever we want to call it, has a carve out for downtown Minneapolis already. And I guess I am really concerned about, one, that it has a carve out for downtown because it makes me sad for the people that live in downtown. But also, I am concerned that there is opposition to this ordinance with the carve out for downtown because I think it sends a very strong message that even with the carve out for downtown, we want to put data centers in other places in our city. And I guess I've asked already in committee of where do folks want these data centers at? If there's a carve out for downtown, does that mean that it's going to go in my neighborhoods, down Hiawatha, in the Southside Green Zone, in Phillips, in empty parcels of land across our city that majority people of color live in? I guess I haven't gotten an answer to that question that I've asked, but it makes you concerned that if we don't want a moratorium that already has exemptions for downtown, then where do people want data centers at? And historically speaking, these data centers go into impoverished neighborhoods, especially where people of color live in, which you can look directly, at least I'll speak for myself, in Ward 9. So I have major concerns because history has shown us that producing facilities have always been placed in historically disenfranchised neighborhoods like the ones I represent. And I want to be clear that without this moratorium, there is an ability for a data center to be built out instead of a playground. There is an opportunity to build a data center instead of a soccer field. There is an opportunity to build a data center instead of focusing on efforts to preserve water that is quite literally life. There is an ability to build data centers instead of housing. There is an ability to build data centers instead of using land and buildings to address unsheltered homelessness that should be and is a priority for many of us. And there's an opportunity to choose between data centers and protecting the health of our young people. And I think that in this conversation, I really want to ask young people of this world, do you prefer using land for something that is going to improve the lives of many of our neighbors, or do you want to use land and buildings for data centers? Do you want to use land and buildings in downtown to revitalize the economy of downtown to help improve the lives of people across our city, or do you want to use space in downtown for vacant data centers that aren't going to bring vitality and economic development to our community? I just wanted to at least bring that perspective because I hope that, one, proud to author this with Councilmember Chowdhury, proud of the work that she's doing here, but I guess I would just press my colleagues that are working on the zoning and regulations part of the data center moratorium to please be in conversations with my office in that future because I have major concerns about the ordinance and what it means for my constituents. And if we are opening up a door to say that data centers are open for the Phillips neighborhood, for vacant lands in my ward, who is very concerned about data centers and the pollution that many different industries cause to my community. So I guess I'll support this today. I'm an author, I'm proud of this work. And I wanna mention that I hope that we take the zoning part really seriously in the next few months as we get it right, because I will be very concerned if something is brought forward that is going to have a detrimental impact on the people that I love and represent. Thank you.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. I will be supporting the moratorium, and the reason why is because I want to be very clear that I want to send a message to big tech corporate developers who want to build data centers in our city to know that this council would not simply just be rolling out the red carpet for them. Residents should have a say on a building that will potentially use, in some cases, the equivalent of 40,000 measures of energy used to power our homes. And a 6-month moratorium provides our city and the time to gather that input from our residents, from our community, from each other, and use that to put forward strong regulations that put our residents first and not that of big tech corporation shareholders. Additionally, I have heard from my colleagues that these data centers come with many benefits, specifically for property owners and taxpayers. And I actually want to ask a question to Councilmember Chowdhury. I know you're the author, but also the IGR director, but one to gain some clarity. Is it my understanding that the state legislator, I believe either in 2023 or recent years, they actually authorized tax breaks for data centers? Can you please provide clarity on that?
Yes, that's my understanding that they have authorized tax breaks for data center development.
Thank you for mentioning that. So with that, I don't know if it's a lack of awareness, but again, data centers have received significant tax breaks from our state in order to build here. And I know many of our state legislators are already working to try to roll back some of those breaks, but the reality is that these data centers receive significant public dollars. And instead of subsidizing these data centers that have significant impacts on our resources to our state and are essentially extractive, I would much rather see hundreds of millions of dollars that have been used to subsidize these data centers to actually go to local government aid, something that has been a shared priority for our city. And if we have received increases in local government aid, that would give us the opportunity to direct those dollars to needed areas such as affordable housing and public housing, to economic development, and to other critical programs that actually meet the needs of working class residents. And I think the basis of this, or the hope, the great hope of data centers and the economic rhetoric around it, is that it will be this massive economic generator. But what is actually underpinning this is trickle-down economics, which time and time again have shown do not work. The idea that profits from data centers are going to essentially help us solve critical issues like our housing crisis or the environmental justice issues that our city is continuing to wrestle with, the reality is very clear that it will not. There's so much data already existing across the country that shows otherwise. What in reality we need to actually do is bring in additional revenues, and I think there has been shared agreement around that because our city is facing a bleak financial future that currently our working class residents are going to have to bear the shoulder of. We've said that many times, and it's from my understanding, my colleagues who are supporting this moratorium, that is the hope. The trickle down gains from these data centers will relieve the financial pressures that our residents and ordinary residents are experiencing. But that is just simply not the reality. And that is also why I'm championing revenue generation proposals that we've heard reports on that essentially aims to tax the rich. And by that, we could bring in millions of dollars in additional revenue to support the needs of our residents.
Point of order. We're not talking about taxing the rich. We're talking about data
Councilmember Rainville, do not disrupt me. This has nothing to do with this quorum. I'm going to continue my speech, and I will encourage you to turn your mic off. Thank you. With that, I encourage Councilmember Rainville, stop interrupting me.
We will keep the topic. We will keep the conversation on the topic, and we will let one speaker speak at a time.
So, first, that we've talked about many times before around how we can actually bring in additional revenue. And we have 5 proposals that our staff have helped to craft that gives us a pathway forward to do exactly that. Also, it's important to acknowledge that surrounding jurisdictions around Minneapolis have easily put in one-year bans to study this issue. Some of those places are even Republican dominated. So I recognize that this is such an unpopular issue. People do not want to rush into just welcoming data centers and not acknowledge the disastrous impacts that they can have. And they're taking immediate action. And our residents and the public have asked us to do the same. And I join you all in that demand. And that is exactly why I'm supporting this. So thank you so much to Councilmember Chowdhury and Councilmember Chavez for bringing this forward and giving us the time needed to think about this process very clearly and soberly, and while also pursuing the things that actually gets to where we agree, which is bringing in more money, not tax breaks, not subsidies for companies that promise trickle-down supports, but we never see that come into fruition. I'm excited about that work that we could do together. And I'm excited that we get to join the list of dozens of other cities to put these moratoriums in place. Thank you.
I added myself to queue just because there was some discussion about this type of moratorium being most impactful downtown. I mean, the first point to that is that there's a carve out for downtown, so this moratorium will have zero impact on downtown data centers. But the actual place where data centers of the scale that we are contemplating need to have some focused regulation around is actually my ward. Mid-City Industrial is the largest continuous land area of production and processing zoning. Our most intensive zoning districts are in my ward. There's slices of production and processing across the city, but the largest continuous area is in Ward 1. And if you look at our permitted uses table, there's not even a contemplation of data centers. We have conditional use permits for crushing and processing of concrete, for a grain elevator, for high impact production and processing, as noted in some of those specific examples, but there isn't even a reference to data centers. There is a reference within the public services and utilities section around principal electricity generation, and there being a conditional use permit for that. But I think the point here is that we are at like great litigation risk here, because if we were to classify a data center as a principal electricity generation use, especially if they were to be utilizing some of the fossil fuel generated electricity on site, we could get sued by one of those users that would claim that the data center is the primary use, not the energy generation. So the point of this is to have the runway to develop that regulatory framework. And I think that to the point that Councilmember Wansley was raising is that how revenue is generated by these entities is very much germane to how we regulate this, and that we need to have a comprehensive view of how these fit into that broader framework. This moratorium gives us the time to have that conversation. So I will be supporting this, and I just wanted to really emphasize, this is actually not about downtown. This is about those of us who have industrial zoning in their ward. I have a ton of industrial zoning in my ward. I know that each of you has at least some industrial zoning. Not everyone, but most of us have at least some industrial zoning. That's what this moratorium is about. It's not about downtown. I will recognize Councilmember Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I need to start off by naming something that no one is naming so far, and that's that my constituents and people from across the city are so clear that they don't want data centers at all. And so we're here sitting talking about, well, we need to this, that, and the other thing when it comes to data center regulation. But my constituents are telling me no data centers at all, period. So we are not in line with our community. We are not bringing our city along in this conversation in the slightest. I told this to the labor groups that came to me. I told this to the business groups that came to me. I said, you need to go out and convince my constituents that what you're doing is going to be good for them, because they're telling me that they don't want this in the slightest. And so I'd really like to center the fact that that our constituents are reaching out, A, and that B, a recent poll came out that showed vast majorities of people across the state oppose data centers outright. And this is where our people are. Can we listen to our people for a second and say, let's take a 5-month pause outside of downtown to think about this a little bit longer? So if we're not bringing our constituents along, what are we doing? Next, we need a framework that's going to work for everyone. And that is already stepping outside of what our constituents want. Me even saying we need to build a framework that works for everyone is not where our constituents are. Our constituents are at hell no. I'm saying we need a framework that works for everybody. I'm acknowledging that this is already out of step with where our constituents are. There are so many basic, just common sense things that we need to be considering when it comes to data centers. Can we and should we require that they have battery backup so that in extreme events they're not adding extra draw onto our electrical system? Can we or should we require them to build out renewables equal to their power usage? Can we or should we have them contribute to our climate legacy fund in order to fund electrification and energy efficiency across the city? I mean, these are very basic things. And this comes in a backdrop of an economic situation now where these data center companies, Google, others, they are dying to build data centers. They want to build data centers everywhere, anywhere and everywhere. That means that we have a chance to ask for something from them. Let's be good at representing our constituents. Let's be smart in representing our constituents and actually get something out of this. We don't need to chase a cheap dollar of, oh, did you see how that building sold for more money? Why don't we get buildings that sell for more money and things that are contributing to our city, whether it's revenue, whether it's meeting our climate goals, whether it's bringing people downtown or refurbishing buildings in a way that can be useful for other uses that are people-centered rather than computer-centered. There's just so many basic things that we can be doing here and that we should be doing here and that we can get done in 5 months. It'll be a bit of a lift. I recognize that for the authors. But in 5 months, we can come out and get a much better deal for Minneapolis than we would if we just say laissez-faire, go for it, guys. And to that point, I've had many conversations with labor groups, with business groups, and most recently with Excel. And I'd like to say I've all pleasant people, all very nice people to sit down with. And all of the arguments kind of come back to this. It's just, trust me, this time is different. Trust me, this one is not going to be a boondoggle like the last one. This one is not going to rip you off like the last one. Just trust me. And frankly, I just don't trust industry to have our best interest at heart. I trust industry to have their shareholders' best interest at heart. And so let us on this dais have our constituents' best interest at heart and come up with a framework that really works for everybody. Let's trust our guts on this and know that industry in the past has looked out for industry, and we, the City Council of Minneapolis, need to look out for the people of Minneapolis. Thank you.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. The simple point I'm trying to make is all these concerns could be addressed, should be addressed, will be addressed without the use of a moratorium. No one on this dais is going to trade a playground or a soccer field for a data center. But we can do all this without using a moratorium.
Vice President Osman.
Thank you so much, Council President. I do want to circle back about this topic. We discussed many times, and I want to thank Councilmember Chowdhury first for bringing this forward, this issue forward. Data centers are new, and Minneapolis definitely needs stay ahead of what's happening. This is unknown territory for all of us. Data centers do use a lot of power. They do use a lot of water. And so we need to study the impact. We can't just let free for all without having policies. Let's just say this, we don't have any policy at all right now in the books for data centers. And data centers are not the same. There are, of course, those huge hybrid scale, and those small ones that can come to downtown, that can use those buildings and, create, find a reuse for those kind of buildings. One of the things that I talked to the business community. I took a tour to data center, sleeve number. I talked to the author who was planning in the beginning to be this to be for 1 year, and that's why I think the compromise is the best way to go forward. We're just buying time for 6 months for the staff to do their job, to put the policies steady, and bring that forward. It's just a smart move. That is just a smart move, and I think the small downtown projects that are 350,000 square feet are exempt. So the downtown is getting the data center, period. Yes, I agree with my colleagues, downtown is recovering, and I think reusing these buildings can help the tax base and support and reduce this levy we continue to raise for homeowners and renters. And also, we also approve a full study, as I mentioned, for the staff to deal with this. I think the goal is simple: 6 months to create a smart rules that protect neighbors and infrastructure while allowing responsible investment. So this was a compromise that worked for the business community, and this is a compromise that worked for our neighbors. No one wants unknown technology without any oversight to come to the neighborhood. And 6 months, it's not that much time. It's already, 5 months left, I think, at the time that's being set, in my opinion. So the downtown is getting what it wants. We're just protecting the neighbors, and so they can come and do businesses based on the policies that we set. So I hope all my colleagues will support this. This is the best compromise we can come up with, and I do thank the main author who actually left where she was and met us where we were asking. We did the legwork. We talked to the business owners. We did the data centers. We want the businesses to come. We want the downtown buildings to be reused. And also, we want to be responsible as our elected officials to protect our residents and to protect our neighbors and not let free-for-all type of thing. And I think this is really common sense. And I hope all of you can vote for this so we can end the conversation. Thank you.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. I want to just first start off by saying that when I'm up here, I'm not Oreen Chowdhury, the person. I'm Oreen Chowdhury, the council member who represents 34,000 plus people, as I know all of you are. And what I'm hearing from people in our communities, from the town halls that I've hosted, the office hours, the testimony that we've gotten is that they have very real concerns and they want to see a pause. They want us to take a common sense pause. I've also had several constituents call me pretty frustrated that we aren't taking a longer pause, that we didn't do a full 1 year moratorium, and that we are doing a carve out and that development is going to happen. And I've walked them through the fact that, like, in order for us to get a strong, meaningful policy, and in order for us to include you, is that this body needs to be able to work together to get what the people of Minneapolis deserves. And I think that's a key part of this pause for our governing work that I feel like is important to highlight. We have an array of perspectives here on this dais, and all 13 of us and our mayor, none of us are experts on data centers, and the research on this industry continues to change and come forward each and every single day. And this gives us an opportunity to have this pause, create time for breathers, and create time for us to have our concerns addressed, and most importantly, do it in the public light and move forward together on common sense, strong regulations on this industry. And I genuinely do worry if we don't have this pause, we aren't going to be able to accomplish that. I think they go so hand in hand for our ability to govern and represent the people of our communities. And I'll just say this, I care way more about the people of our city than I could care about this industry. Every argument against the pause has hinged on the fact of like, well, I'm really worried about this industry and them wanting to come here. I'm worried about the people of our city who are concerned about what this means for future planning. I'm worried about the people of our city that are seeing just 20 minutes away community members in Inver Grove Heights having to come into a city council meeting and demand that they have a public hearing opportunity and their government leaders aren't listening, and them feeling like they don't have trust in us to lead with them, to do this work transparently in a moment where this industry is of the most foremost discussion and a concern across the country, especially when we face our largest existential threat, which is climate change, now paired with this new unregulated world of generative AI that is impacting every sector of life and society and has some real ethics concerns. And this is something that we can do at the local level to address those concerns. And I think it's worth noting that this is also not a partisan issue. We have Democrats, Republicans, independents across the board agreeing. How often does that happen in the United States? Not often, and I think that should be telling. I also think it's important to contextualize that we are not the only ones that are taking up a common sense pause. I just checked today. There are 88 total jurisdictions in the United States that are doing this. This is a fact of life for this industry. So I'm sorry. I don't think us doing what 88 other jurisdictions are doing is going to put a freeze on this industry, because this is what steps local governments are taking. 22 minutes ago, there was an article posted about Asheville, North Carolina, an area that has a metropolitan size population similar to ours, doing a 1-year moratorium. Denver, Colorado, on May 21st, when we did our introduction, they did a 1-year moratorium. We're talking about 5 months with the carve out. The other thing that I want to say is, like, there's been a lot of amazing, how would I describe it? Amazing promises and benefits that are allotted to us. It's going to reduce greenhouse gases, geothermal, general fund rescue, but the proof hasn't been made yet. And the last thing I'll say, a conditional use permit process is actually not strong enough to provide denials if we don't have policies that allow planning commissioners to give reasons based in our code to give a denial.
Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Council President. This was very, very, this has been very difficult for me because I don't like the word moratorium, but I went to Juneteenth festivals. We've had a lot of them around the city. I told people before that we were going to party all the 10th of June, and we've been successful in doing so. But while I was there, I got this flyer, and there were some people who were up on the stage, and they were talking about ban data centers, the consequences of these AI data centers. And I was just sitting over here tickled to myself because it says every Chat GPT query uses 16 ounces of water, which is probably more water than people drink in a day, right? But there's a funny little meme that goes around on social media that says drink water and mind your business. But you got to look at social media to see that, which basically then means like, get rid of your phones. Everybody close your computers. This city council meeting is no longer being lively broadcasted. Like, we have to look at what our consumption looks like as individuals, right? And what that means for how we go about our day-to-day business. If we are interested on banning data centers or banning, the development of certain technologies, then we got to scale back on the amount of technology that we use. That means that we could go back to the Dewey Decimal System, and that would require that people would actually have to read and think and not watch television and not entertain themselves with frivolous foolishness. You know, you would actually have to talk to someone and not text them. You would actually have to be forced to turn around and talk to your neighbor. Talk to your neighbor. Talk to people. If we are concerned about the hyper-scaled use of what these things look like, but because of the rapid movement of technology and individuals, you know, not wanting to do a lot of the, I was so happy to get an Encyclopedia Britannica as a kid, okay? That I was able to sit down with my Encyclopedia Britannica and my family, and we went through the encyclopedia and we put, you know, little pieces of paper in there and bookmarkers, and we read and we researched different information. You know, my kids at a very young age, we sat around in a round table and did round robin reading of the book Delphi. Why? Because TV wasn't an option for me when raising my children in the house. So we actually read books. So, but right now, everyone and children from the age of 3 or 4 until senior adults all have these devices in their hands with every filter and every app and it has to come from somewhere. So if we don't want it, then everybody should chuck these things away, because my gosh, today, this is part of the issue. We could be upset and frustrated about it, but I know that there's millions of Americans that would not want to be anywhere without their phone, without a way for someone to track them, contact them, mapping their things in their cars, being able to figure out how to get here and there, whatever, because thinking independently takes too much work and too much practice. So we could be frustrated if we want to. And we could say, ick, this is bad, this is this, and this is that. But then we have to ask ourselves, are we going to be free thinkers, or are we going to depend on someone else's ability to think for us? I can't support the word moratorium. That's the problem that I'm struggling with. I do support the efforts of people thinking freely, though. I think it's a big deal. I think people should work harder at that. Thank you.
Seeing no one else left in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on item number 7, the data center moratorium.
Councilmember Palmisano.
No.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
No.
Councilmember Schaefer.
No.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
No.
Councilmember Vitaw.
No.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 7 ayes and 5 nays.
That item carries. Next, we will take up item number 16, which is the appointment to the Ballpark Authority. I'll just note that there was some conversation in committee about stripping someone from this committee, just so that the body is aware. This is appointment that is made by the governing body of the city of Minneapolis, according to Minnesota statute 473.755. And the previous appointment had expired and it was an open seat. And so going through our standard ABC appointment process, I nominated Jim Davney to serve in this role. I came to Jim Davney as a nomination because I knew the importance of the ballpark tax to providing a sustainable future for HCMC funding. I know that that did not prevail in the state legislature, and so I actually reached out to the House tax chair to get some guidance on what were the dynamics that were happening at the legislature that could have led to this being a sustainable source of funding, and who would be a good person that I can make a nomination to this body for, so that we had somebody who had knowledge of the legislative process, who understood the importance of HCMC, and an emerging topic was around the potential strike that was going to happen at that time. with the concession workers at the Twin Stadium. They have since voted on that strike and have actually taken some strike actions. I think that it is critically important that we have somebody in this role that has a really strong understanding of our legislative process at the state capitol, who would be a strong advocate for HCMC as the safety net hospital for the entire upper Midwest, and the urgency around a viable, sustainable source of funding for that. It may or may not be the ballpark tax come the next legislative session, but it does need to get figured out by the next state legislative session, because although we were fortunate to get some one-time funding to preserve HCMC for an additional year, that is not sustainable funding. And so that's something that's critically important for us to figure out. I think that this role could be very powerful in figuring that out at the next legislative session. Therefore, I nominated Jim Davney, former House Representative, former chair of the Education and Finance Committee, served on the Property Tax and Local Governance Finance Division and the Jobs and Economic Development Finance Division. He feels like the right fit for this moment. That's why I nominated him, and I will move approval of his nomination and ask for a second. That's been moved for approval and seconded. I'll recognize Councilmember Vital.
Thank you, President Payne. I'm going to be offering an alternate nomination. A substitute nomination after a initial conversation that I thought went well with Council President Payne. I was surprised to see this nomination come forward anyway. You know, President Payne, you've said today that representation matters, and that's what this means to me with this committee. So I talked to President Payne because I have been contacted by the Minneapolis NAACP about the only Black person of color on this Ballpark Authority Commission being removed. And so I had what I thought was a reasonable conversation with President Payne. I found out that President Payne had never even spoken to the person that I'm going to be nominating today. So all the things that he's mentioning right now, it just feels disingenuous, because he doesn't know if the person who was sitting on the committee has the same views or has the is capable of what he's saying he needs out of this appointment. So I was disappointed to find out that President Payne didn't even talk to colleagues before he went and talked to someone that is not a part of this body and does not have a vote. And so I'm going to be bringing something separate, an alternative, and I hope that my colleagues support me in this. You know, with a body of people that are primarily people of color, I hope people understand that, you know, we don't get opportunities all the time. A lot of us don't even know that the Ballpark Authority exists. And so to have a Black man that has been committed to this position, done this work, and wants to serve again on this, it's important to me as a Black woman serving, as a Black woman who ran for office, because I know how underserved we are as a community, and how strongly representation does matter. That it's not words, that representation matters means votes sometimes. It means removing your ideology from decisions and actually doing what's right for people that we serve in this community. You know, this is not about Jim Davney for me, but it is about representation, and it is certainly something that I will continue to do on this body. I also want to say thank you to Councilmember Chavez and Chuck Tye for listening to me over the past few days about this. You know, what I think is truly disappointing is some of us have to face the Black community in our wards, and some of us do not. When things like this happen, I get approached by Black people as a Black representative of this body. And so when what appears to community as anti-Black things happen, I have to answer to that. I don't have the luxury of going back to a ward that is a predominantly white ward. When I go to the grocery store, I have to face members of the NAACP. When I go to the library, when I'm walking on the trails, I have to face people in my community who feels like this body is making direct attacks at the Black community. And so that's what I'm speaking up about here today. I really hope as a body we recognize that some of us have a community to face when we go home. And no, they don't call the council member who is a person of color that voted against something that they care about. They talk to the council members who they know is on their side. And I really wish we can put an end to doing this and have a conversation behind the scenes sometimes and talk through these things and be more reasonable when we come out here, because the community is watching. And people really do feel hurt by a lot of these decisions we make. I also want to just note before I close that you have before you a letter from the NAACP that was addressed to the council president and to the mayor regarding this matter. I would like you colleagues to take a look at this. Again, I would like you to support me in my nomination for Justin. And hopefully the council president's nomination fails. And I also want to say, I have asked the mayor to veto this if it does pass. I have personally asked him to veto this if it passes, because I strongly believe in Justin Baylor's nomination.
Councilmember Warren.
Second the substitution.
I second that nomination of Justin Baylor. And I am standing in support of my council colleague, Latricia Vita. One of the things that I wanted to bring out that stood out to me in this letter, because I was not, very knowledgeable about this ballpark authority. That was not something that was in my purview. So I know it's probably not something that's in the purview of a lot of our constituents in the 5th Ward, that they would have written more letters to support Justin as the work that he does as a business owner and, an entrepreneur in the 5th Ward, providing a lot of instrumental guidance to a lot of our community members there, and really uplifts the narrative around self-sufficiency. So the Ballpark Authority oversees significant public resources and contracts that directly impact neighborhoods across Minneapolis. This is what this says in the 4th paragraph here of this letter that came from the NAACP. So when major decisions are made regarding contracts development or changes at our ballparks and surrounding public spaces, our community strongly desires a consistent and representative voice at the table. Ensuring diverse representation helps prevent the exclusion of communities of color and guarantees that opportunities of economic participation, community benefit, and equitable outcomes are actively considered. And that is extremely important, especially being that at this time we have powers that be that are trying to, reverse the impacts of DEI and all kinds of other things. So we have to be very intentional about who we are placing in positions of leadership to ensure that there's equal representation across boards and committees and things like that can speak voluminous to the representation that is needed. And the Baylor family and Justin Baylor specifically have been very instrumental within my community and in the 5th Ward and our residents of the 5th Ward, and really work hard to uplift and empower everyday residents of the ward and throughout the city of Minneapolis. So I am pleased to support them. I am pleased to argue the fact that we deserve to have very diverse representation on this Ballpark Authority. This is not taking anything away from the candidate that my council president uplifted, and thank you for bringing attention to this individual. This is not taking anything away from their skills or qualifications, but I am just really wanting to ensure that we maintain representation on boards like this that are going to bring light and diversity across our city, and that we have that equal representation. It's one seat. Thank you.
Before I recognize Councilmember Wansley, I'll just note that we have a proper motion on the floor for Jim Davney as the nominee. That's been seconded. That's what we're discussing right now. I'll recognize Councilmember Wansley.
Council President, can we clarify? Because I thought I offered a substitute to yours and it got second, so that was on the floor.
We have to dispose of what's before us, which is the nomination of Jim Davney, before we take up that alternative motion.
That's not true.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, a substitute is in the nature of an amendment and could be considered to the base motion that was properly moved. I would say that I consulted my colleague. We heard the Councilmember Vita said she had a substitute. She discussed that. I didn't explicitly hear her say she moved a substitute. I did hear Councilmember Warren say she seconded and then she spoke. So I don't know that we clearly heard that there was a substitute motion that had been made. I think that that's a point of order that would need to be clarified.
Just want to clarify that Councilmember Vita moved the substitute and it was seconded by Councilmember Warren.
Mr. Clerk, is that in order?
Mr. President, yes, it's a substitute, which is basically amendment to the pending motion. So you'd have to dispose of the substitute before you took up the underlying motion.
Okay, so we are now discussing the substitute motion, and we will continue the conversation by recognizing Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. I'm glad that Councilmember Warren referenced the letter that we received by the Minneapolis NAACP. I was also going to reflect it in my comments, but the section you read is actually pertinent to why I'm actually supporting Council President Payne's motion, specifically the piece where it says the Ballpark Authority oversees significant public resources in contract that directly impact neighborhoods across Minneapolis. So acknowledging the authority and power that this commission holds. And it's very true that it does. And more important than ever, I think we should consider how this could be used as a tool for advancing the urgent needs around our community, such as sustainable funding for one of our core public institutions that serve many of our most vulnerable residents, including our Black working class communities. And as Council President Payne referenced, I'm specifically thinking of HCMC, our public hospital, which was just on the verge of closure a few weeks ago. And while the state legislature did pass a short-term bailout for that hospital, it does not permanently solve the funding crisis for it. And HCMC has long served as a primary point of care for many of our Black residents and other historically underserved communities in Minneapolis, providing essential services regardless of a person's ability to pay. And the Ballpark Authority has a role to play in securing a more permanent, sustainable funding solution for this vital public institution. And for me, I think we should be putting representatives on the Ballpark Authority that see it as a public asset, and that being HCMC, and that it should be leveraged for the public good and should be tirelessly fighting for increased funding for that institution as well. So that is why I won't be supporting the motion brought forward by Councilmember Vita. I will be supporting the underlying motion made by Council President Payne to advance Jim Davney, because I also believe he shares that vision. And I absolutely believe that we should be leveraging our commissions such as this to bring in public resources that support public institutions. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to do that.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to tell thank you to both the NAACP and Councilmember Vita for daylighting this situation that I was unaware of. And I want to be clear that everyone on this board supports HCMC. And I think we don't know which each of the specific Ballpark Authority appointees may sit on that issue. But I did have the ability to call Mr. Baylor this week and just check in with him and see that this was something he still wanted to do. He still wanted to serve. And his family has given back to many communities across this city. And I am very proud to support him in this substitute motion and feel that he, number one, should have been aware of his removal. And number two, is the person I would like to support to stay on that board. Thanks.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. I will be supporting this underlying motion to keep Justin Baylor on the sports ballpark authority. He has all the skills needed to just do that job. And it's the county's role, the county lobbied to have that tax extended and then go to the hospital. The ballpark authority had nothing to do with it. Had they been involved in that, Justin would have had the skills to do that. I support this brilliant young black man to keep his job.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thanks, President Payne. I just had some clarifying questions. So I heard that removal from the seat it's my understanding no one's being removed for the seat. Could you explain what's happening? Is the term just over?
That's correct. The term ended on December 31st, 2025. It was an open seat subject to nomination via this process.
Okay, so it's an open seat now. Okay, so then how does appointments work?
Mr. Clerk, would you like to speak to that process?
Mr. President, I certainly can. This is an appointment that's made by state law, as you cited earlier, so I'll try and repeat what you already said. The governing body of the city has the authority to make an appointment. The governing body is the combination of the legislative body, this body, the 13-member council, and the mayor. So it takes the action of the council and the mayor to make that appointment. We have historically allowed the president to bring forward the nomination consistent with the powers that the president is given under the council rules to bring forward recommendations on committee structures, committee memberships, appointment to external boards and commissions. And so that has been the process consistently followed when this appointment procedure has been used for this particular body, and that seat, as Council President noted, was vacant as of the end of the term at the end of last year. Because of the activity that dominated the beginning of this year in the city, we did not take action right away to bring forward a nomination. However, once the Metro Surge was done and we were back in our normal committees, we brought that forward. We shared that with council leadership. The president then brought forward a nomination that's in front of you now. As you know, the process is the nomination is simply a motion. It is subject to the approval of this body by a majority vote. And then it goes to the mayor for the mayor's consideration. The mayor, as always, has three options: approve and authenticate with the signature of the mayor, veto and return with his objections in writing, or take no action and allow the council's vote to be deemed approved.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think it's really important that we're accurate up here. I think saying removing someone holds this assumption that something is being done against to someone, and that's clearly not what's happening. So I think it's important for us to be accurate that a term ended and there can be a new appointment made, there can be an existing reappointment. I think that's key. I also just a little surprised to see a substitute motion. I didn't know that this was going to happen. No one talked to me about it. But we're having the discussion now, so that's factoring into my decision making in this conversation. And then I just wanted to ask another clarifying question to anyone on the body about the ballpark authority's role in the HCMC conversation. Is anyone able to speak to that a little bit?
Yes. So the ballpark is statutorily required to maintain a level of maintenance investment. That's a large part of what this governing body is determining is that capital planning. However, what's unique about this moment in time is that the ballpark tax that was allocated by the state legislature when the stadium was originally built is serving both that ongoing maintenance mandate as well as debt service. And the bonding for the stadium is nearing completion, and therefore the state legislature has to decide what the future of that ballpark sales tax is. They could continue it, they could reappropriate it, they could end it. That is very much in the air right now. And I think it would be vitally important that we have somebody with that legislative knowledge of how the state's taxing authority is applied, plus the relationships at the state capitol, to be a powerful voice in shaping the future of that ballpark sales tax.
Yeah.
Especially in light of the fact that HCMC, although was saved for one more year, it was a one-time appropriation. We're going to be right back to where we were a year from now, with HCMC being on the brink of closure if it's not resolved in the state legislature.
Okay, that's helpful. And like, I mean, my experience at the state legislature in past legislative sessions is that members of the Ballpark Authority oftentimes have conversations with chairs of the tax committees, both in the Senate and the House. So I imagine that there would be a key role that's played, even if it's through relationships on this board. So thank you for that question or answer. It's clarifying.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, here's why I support this substitution, which is maintaining Mr. Baylor's appointment here. We ask a lot of things to our appointees of boards and commissions. We ask their time, we ask their energy, both to show up for meetings and beyond them. I did ask around about Mr. Baylor's appointment here, about his participation, and here's what I got back. I got back that he is a great member of this Ballpark Authority. He served on a special committee to select public art that honors Black baseball players. I mean, that's really important considering this body is largely old white men. I know I'll get in trouble for saying that, but you know, he has great attendance. He has the business experience and acumen that he lends to an audit committee here. He currently serves as the secretary of this board. What else can we ask for in an appointment? We need to help support people who have given their time when we've asked them to. I value not changing it, and I really value how he has shown up and participated on this Ballpark Authority. Thank you.
Councilmember Warren.
President Payne, I'm sorry I didn't have my mic on here. Funny story, but a true thing. I had the honor and privilege of awarding some of the staff that is underneath the tutelage of Justin Baylor with a life-saving award, sponsored by the West Broadway Business Coalition. A security guard by the name of Red. I don't know if you all remember Red, but Red went viral during Operation Metro Surge. Red was given direct instruction by Mr. Baylor about protecting the space at the McDonald's that is directly in front of my home and my ward there, to help keep our residents and neighbors safe. When we're talking about advocacy for health, wellness, and sustainability, and even what it looks like, the fight for HCMC, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that Justin Baylor has that mentality, understands what support and stable infrastructure of health and wellness means to a community, because I see how the employees conduct themselves underneath his tutelage and his establishment. I know that Justin Baylor has a deep-rooted commitment to this city and to this community, to empowering residents and ensuring that they have everything that they need to be successful in their endeavors. I applaud the amount of scholarships that his organization has extended to the amount of young people who have come through his establishment and been employed, that he sees that they have the ability to further their education and also walk in the steps that he has walked in order to become self-sufficient himself. So, and again, this takes absolutely nothing away from the individual who is being nominated, but this highlights the individual that I know who has been a strong representation in this community and speaks value, and also makes that same type of effort infectious among his employees and individuals that work alongside him. So I know that he would champion champion these issues, that he has championed these issues, and that he will continue to do so going forward. So I urge my colleagues to really stand with the representation. We want to protect our neighbors. We want to uplift our community members. We want to make sure that there's equal representation on boards and commissions. And this is one that we want to make sure that we do not abstract this opportunity so that we have that type of stability in this Ballpark Authority appointment. Thank you.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, President Payne. I want to, just specify that no, Justin is not being removed from the board, but Justin certainly did not have a conversation with council leadership to discuss if he wanted to be put back on the board, where he stands on this issue. That's not an issue of HCMC and North Memorial. Right now, they are in a merger with Sanford Health, and we don't know what the outcome of that is going to be. All these assumptions are being made. It's giving me the ick because no one in council leadership talked to Justin to see what his position was about HCMC or anything. The council president told me no, he did not talk to him, that he talked to Jim Dabney though. And I told the council president that I had been working on a tobacco initiative with Justin, the only black person on this board. And he said, well, Jim Dabney will help you. Jim Dabney is not a black man. The tobacco issue is not a Jim Dabney issue. And if we were going to just go and pick a former legislator, I would have suggested Joe Mullery. He's a North Sider. I like him. He's got legislative experience. If that was the goalpost for who was going to be on here, is what it sounds like. It doesn't sound like I don't even know what the checklist was for somebody getting on this board except for this. I don't even understand this rationale really behind HCMC when that's not the place we're in right now. This is a bunch of what ifs with HCMC. This is not valid in my opinion. This is really just talking about something that happened this year that's over and we don't know how it's going to present itself in the years to come. Colleagues, I really hope you will support me in this nomination for Justin Baylor to serve on the commission for the next 4 years.
I'll just add myself to the end of the queue here just to say this is nothing against Justin Baylor. This is about a structural analysis of our safety net hospital and how it's on the brink of collapse and how we need to have a very focused and intentional effort around saving that using every viable path. So, Councilmember Vita.
I'm going to say this one more time because it's been said here that misinformation is going out about him being stripped of the committee and all this. The real misinformation going out here is that this appointment has nothing to do with getting the ballpark tax extended. This is up to Hennepin County to do. This has nothing to do with Mr. Baylor serving on the ballpark authority, period. I don't know where that misinformation is coming from, but it's not real.
Seeing no one else left in queue, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the substitute motion for Justin Baylor.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
No.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Nay.
Councilmember Chegtai.
Nay.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
No.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Nay.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond.
Nay.
President Payne.
Nay.
There are 5 ayes and 7 nays.
That motion fails. We will take the underlying motion, which is the nomination of Jim Dabney. The queue reset. Is everybody wanting to still speak in this order? All right. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
You didn't, is there a motion?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
It's
Councilmember Palmisano.
It's to appoint Jim Dabney.
Yeah. We don't have an appointment right now, right?
Correct.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
No.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Can you clarify what we mean we don't have an appointment right now?
The seat is vacant, and we're making an appointment to that vacant seat.
No.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
No.
Councilmember Vita.
No.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 8 ayes and 4 nays.
That item carries, and that completes the report of the Biz Committee. The next report is from our Climate and Infrastructure Committee, which will be presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. The Climate and Infrastructure Committee is bringing forward 20 items. The first is the Van White Memorial Boulevard resurfacing project approval and assessment. Number 2 is the West Fulton Neighborhood Improvements Phase 1 project approval and assessment. 3 is the appointment of Public Works Department Director. 4 is 35th Avenue North Flood Mitigation Project acquisition of temporary construction easement. 5 is cooperative agreement with Minnehaha Creek Watershed District and Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board for stormwater best management practice. 6 is bicycle advisory committee appointments. 7 is pedestrian advisory committee appointments. 8 is University Avenue Southeast and 4th Street Southeast master utility agreement with the Minnesota Department of Transportation. 9 is 35th and 36th Street reconstruction project, acquisition of permanent and temporary easements. 10 is 1st Avenue North reconstruction project concept layout and acquisition of permanent and temporary easements. 11 is the bid for Pump Station 6 electrical room rehabilitation. 12 is bid for 35th Avenue North flood mitigation project. 13 is a bid for small diameter sanitary pipe cleaning and televising 2026 project. 14 is contracts for 2026 through 2029 vehicle auction services. 15 is Fridley Water Maintenance Facility roof and masonry repair phase 2. 16 is pump station number 3 wet well rehabilitation project. 17 is bid for Logan Park Industrial Phase 1 green stormwater infrastructure and landscape plantings. 18 is a contract with Foth Infrastructure and Environment, LLC for engineering and design services of 22nd Avenue Northeast Storm and Sanitary Sewer Reconstruction Project. 19 is Oliver Avenue South Flood Mitigation Project, permanent and temporary easement agreement with Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. 20 is the public engagement and redesign of Highway 280, which is a resolution expressing support. Or specifically expressing concern about the redesign of Highway 280. With that, I will move approval of all items, and with the exception of number 3 for a separate vote.
Councilmember Wansley has moved approval of the committee report, separating out item 3 for a separate vote. Is there any discussion on the remainder of the report? Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I just want to say that I am ultra excited for the work to be done on Van White Memorial Boulevard and the street resurfacing project. Thank you, Public Works, for all of your due diligence and hard work there in ensuring that we have a healthy roadway over there. Thank you.
Seeing no one else left in queue, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the report minus item number 3.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson is absent. Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes.
That carries. Those items are adopted. Next, we will take up item number 3, the appointment of our Public Works Director, Mr. Sexton, who's joined us in the room. I'll recognize Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. We had great conversation in the Climate and Infrastructure Committee, amplifying the leadership qualities that Director Sexton has demonstrated during his tenure. As our Public Works Director, he earned unanimous support of that committee, and I think it's just been a testament and really exemplifying the day-to-day issues around public works and infrastructure of the potholes and making sure that sanitation is moving along, or in terms of services, and also connecting it to issues around equity and disparity as well. And I know I amplified his leadership in navigating the George Floyd Square assessments as being of tremendous value, of making sure that we apply an anti-racist analysis and an equity focus on how we do key resurfacing projects. But also there was numerous examples also leveraged in terms of how traffic calming is an extension of equity work and making sure that everyone has access to walkable and pedestrian-friendly streets, and making sure our bikeways are clear and all those things. So I wanted to make sure that I could get in queue to move approval of this item in support of Director Tim Sexton's nomination. And I really hope we can earn the rest of this body's support as well.
Second.
Before I recognize Vice President Osman, I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Stevenson and check to see, would you like your vote recorded for the consent items on this?
Yes, please.
All right, without objection, Mr. Clerk. Vice President Osman.
Thank you, Council President. I'm not on the CNI or the committee. I'm not a member of that, but I do want to talk in favor of your support. I think, since you arrived your short time, you have demonstrated really great leadership, not just, talking about it, but actually being there. You put your comfortable shoes, you did walk along with me, you have seen things that we witness every day, that are some challenges that our community face, especially when it comes to addiction and unhoused folks and just the entire, difficulties. You have seen that. You talk to the residents. That's what we want every department lead to do. You are someone who, love the city, that came from the city, that are really connecting not just the council members that represent the residents, but also connecting to the citizens of our city. So I'm glad we have you, and I will fully support your nomination.
Seeing no one else left in queue, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on item number 3, the Public Works Director.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries.
The first unanimous one, huh?
We can get along.
So sorry.
Next, we'll have the report from our Committee of the Whole. Oh, Councilmember Wansley?
Yeah, I'm just trolling, but I just want to acknowledge on record that Director Sexton was the only one who got that round of applause. That's climate and infrastructure for you. No, let me stop. But thank you.
Okay. Next, we'll have the report from our Committee of the Whole.
Palmisano raise a question.
Palmisano, you're in queue for a priority question.
Yes, Council President Payne, I was just speaking with the chair of the Public Health and Safety Committee. I really need to catch a plane flight, and I was wondering if the body would be willing to take up the vote on PHS that got forwarded without recommendation. That's item number 23, the ShotSpotter vote, out of order, because I will need to leave, and I very much want to weigh in on it. Typically, when people leave and come back, their vote is able to be recorded. Mine will not be able to be that way.
Without objection, we can take up, what was the PHS item number?
Item number 23 is the
Item number
ShotSpotter.
23. We will take this up separately and solely at this time. Is there any discussion? I'll recognize Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I want to check in with Councilmember Palmisano. I have remarks to make, but if you need to leave, do you have enough time?
No, I have 12 minutes before
Great.
I have.
I'll be quick. Thank you. Colleagues, at the June 3rd PHSE meeting, a proposed 3-year contract extension was brought forward. There's an audit report on ShotSpotter due to be brought forward in August, so I, along with other committee members, had concerns about a long extension before the findings of the report were to be available. At the June 3rd PHSE meeting, I committed to supporting a 1-year extension as a compromise position. I will be voting yes on that 1-year extension today. This will allow the council to use the city auditor's findings to determine the best path forward beyond the next year. I would also like to keep the current services in North and South Minneapolis in place. I said then, and I will say once again today, I do not like ShotSpotter. I do not support the use of ShotSpotter. I still hold those positions, but I believe that this 1-year extension compromise is a good middle ground. With that said, I'll be voting for PHSE item 23.1 to extend the contract by 1 year, and I hope that we can all unite on this item. Additionally, and differently, number 23.2, however, would expand the geographic location area of ShotSpotter into Ward 9 and Ward 10 further. I will not be voting on the expansion. In my opinion, without knowing what the auditor's report will say, I do not feel comfortable allocating additional city resources to expand a program around which there are still many outstanding questions. So with that, Clerk, I would like to split the votes on these items. So there's 2 different votes, and move approval of item 23.1. If I can get a second.
We will take up these as separate votes. So we are discussing 23.1. I will recognize Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, President Payne. So 23.2 is the expansion, and what wards are those in?
So 23.2 is an expansion further into Ward 9 and Ward 10.
And so the 9 and 10 council members
I don't support it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I want to be able to move forward on the north side and current south side one, so those services aren't lost there. So there's the reason of splitting the votes today, if that makes sense.
Got it. Yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out there's a little bit of bleed in the expansion onto like the other side of Hennepin. East Isles for sure. I'm not sure how far north it goes, but I just wanted to point that out.
It doesn't.
Seeing no one else left in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on item 23.1, the 1-year extension of ShotSpotter.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries, and then we will take up item number 23.2, and I will recognize Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. As I mentioned earlier, 23.2 would expand the geographic location coverage areas further into Ward 9 and Ward 10. I cannot support that expansion, especially when there's an auditor's report coming before us in August. I'm happy to entertain this conversation after that report is brought before us, but I could not support this contract today. That being said, I'll move to deny this item, and if that does not prevail, someone else can make a different motion.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Second.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Councilmember Chowdhury her position on this expansion. Chugtai, sorry, Chugtai. Sorry, I didn't mean to catch you on the run.
Wait, can you? You should also have said her name right. Sorry.
Councilmember Chugtai.
Whole other part of the city. All good. Yes. So this expansion includes an expansion into the 10th ward. I'm not going to be supporting that because as Councilmember Chavez mentioned, we have an audit report coming. I'm a member of the audit committee. I represent this body as one of the 2 members on the audit committee, and I want to see that audit before we are expanding the coverage while maintaining current coverage. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Chugtai. And I very much want to support where we need the additional coverage and when the data shows where that is. But I will respect your position as the primary council member of this expansion and wait for the audit report. Thanks.
Vice President Osmond.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I think that if you listen to the presentation for the legislative directive report, the city doesn't have a lot of information. I feel like especially the police, the ShotSpotters, they can't even tell us what benefits it's bringing. There's a lot of data that's missing on this. So without knowing any information and missing this gap of is this really solving crime? Is this really helping us? Until we get that report, I think it will be not a great idea to just expand without really knowing the benefits of it. So I support the motion to deny this.
Council Member Chowdhury.
Since I was asked my opinion, I'm voting no on this.
Okay. Councilmember Palmisano.
Okay, so perhaps the vote is a foregone conclusion here, but I do want to say why this is important to me and why I support the expansion of ShotSpotter. Yes, it's into areas that are not my ward, and I appreciate that those whose wards it's in do feel differently about this. ShotSpotter is a preventive tool for MPD. At its core, it's about giving a sense of location and accuracy. It narrows down an area where multiple 911 calls come in about gunshots, and the police have a better idea of where to respond when they have that data. So it does impact everybody, in this case in the 5th precinct, in terms of how we are using our police resources that are on patrol in the 5th precinct. It helps quickly collect bullet casings to be used as evidence, along with auditory evidence that's captured by the technology itself. That can help us allocate resources to the most impacted areas. This evidence leads to successful investigations in gun crimes. They help us to charge cases. These are the things that make it a good tool for MPD. And in terms of expansion, we talk all the time about making data-driven decisions. This recommendation is to expand the service area that is supported by the data. If we want to commit to listening to the data, we can't only do that when it's convenient. We need to listen even when the data supports something we don't want. Thank you.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. I think there has been shared agreement around finding better preventative tools to actually reduce gun violence in our communities, because we all have that priority of keeping our community safe. Where there is division is whether or not ShotSpotter has actually been advantageous to meeting that goal. And we've even seen some openings of looking at better alternatives, such as just this past budget cycle, this body allocated $2 million to the non-fatal shooting task force to be implemented here after seeing phenomenal success across the river in St. Paul. And since its implementation in less than 2 months, that task force has nearly doubled the rates of case closures for non-fatal shootings, and we're seeing ripple effects in reducing gun violence all throughout our city. Now we're on track to see significant progress like what St. Paul has experienced. And guess what? All for the low price of less than 1% of the police budget. All that to say, I think it's important that we do our due diligence to ensure that ShotSpotter is actually delivering credible outcomes for our residents if we are going to continue investing in it. And that is why, as other council members referenced, we are asking for the city auditor to give us that thorough analysis and report back before we make long-term investments in a tool that even right now we know has not been functioning. Minneapolis once had some of the worst solving rates when it came to homicides and non-fatal shootings in the country. And mind you, all of this happened while we had a contract with Sound Thinking for ShotSpotter. So we already have existing data that shows it was not helping our residents be safe. It was not reducing gun violence, but it definitely was adding to the bottom line and increasing that for Sound Thinking. And I know they have a reason for why they would like to continue in partnership with the city, but that does not mean we have to also buy into that. But I absolutely agree. I think we all need to be looking at cost-effective measures, and that includes a preventative strategy of actually addressing from a data-backed standpoint how to reduce gun violence in our communities to keep all of our residents safe, regardless of where they live in our city. And we do have, even in the most recent months, other alternatives to point to that are more cost efficient and actually are delivering credible outcomes. And that's why I would like to see this body spend more of our time focusing on, especially as, again, we're approaching a potential $30 million deficit in our budget, with the police department reflecting nearly $23 million of that deficit alone. So that's why I will be supporting Councilmember Chavez's motion to deny this.
Councilmember Palmisano, how are you on time?
I really need to go, so I would like to vote, but I want to respect there's other people in queue. I'm going to stand over by Councilmember Chavez's
Would
microphone.
the folks in queue be willing to take the vote, or do you want to continue discussion?
I need to say what I need to say.
Okay, Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, President Payne. I just wanted to quickly say that the presentation we received on ShotSpotter certainly showed that the non-fatal shooting task force benefits from technology like ShotSpotter. Until the audit report tells us different, then I believe that ShotSpotter is a tool to help solve crimes in Minneapolis, certainly a tool that saves lives. So I'm looking forward to the report. I support what the council members here today are saying, that they don't want to extend it. It doesn't affect my ward, so I'm fine with that. But I want to make sure that we base the decision on data and not just assumptions made by other cities. People investigate crimes differently, and what I heard in that presentation was that ShotSpotter was a tool that is going to help this task force to be better.
Councilmember Schaefer.
I just wanted to say thank you, Councilmember Palmisano, for bringing up how it affects the 5th Precinct. I know how overworked and stressed and burdened many of them have been, and so I will be supporting this.
On the motion to deny, which an aye vote would deny, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Palmisano.
No.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
No.
Councilmember Schaefer.
No.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
No.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 8 ayes and 4 nays.
That motion carries, and item 23.2 is denied, and we will return to our regular committee report order, and we will have the report from our committee of the whole given by that committee's chair, Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. Just give me 1 second here. All right. The Committee of the Whole is bringing forward 3 items for today's council meeting. Item number 1 is a legislative directive related to the Minneapolis Police Department's changes and interim chief updates. Item number 2 is returning a staff resolution authored by Councilmember Warren. And lastly, item number 3 approves a World Cup events permit for the Minnesota United and Brits Pub. This item has been updated. There's a RCA, revised RCA before you. Essentially, this is to move activation off of PB Plaza in consultation with Jeff Johnson from the convention center, and expand the area in which we are approving these deviations so the event can determine how they want to set up. They're likely not going to use all of this space, but this provides some helpful flexibility. So I will move that revised item for approval, and I'll move all items for approval and return item number 2 back to author.
Councilmember Chowdhury has moved the report with a return author for item number 2. Is there any discussion? I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes.
That carries, and that report is adopted. Next is the report of our Enterprise and Labor Relations Committee, which will be presented by Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, President Payne. Just wanted to note that the chair and vice chair are both out for travel, and so I'll be presenting the committee's report. It has 6 items to bring forward. The first item is approving a legal settlement, Federal Insurance Company versus Fournier Network Solutions. Item 2 is approving a legal settlement with John Clausen versus the City of Minneapolis. Item 3 is approving election judge and deputy city clerk appointments for the August 11, 2026 state primary. August 4 is accepting a gift from Local Progress for Council President Payne and Council Member Chavez. Item 5 is Workplace Advisory Committee appointments. And item 6 is a contract with Guy House, Inc. to provide ERP system implementation professional services. I'll move approval of the full report.
Councilmember Vita has moved approval of the committee report. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Warren.
Discussion, I was coughing and it hit the thing.
Sounds good. I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the ELR report.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shuktai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Vice President Osman is absent. President Payne.
Aye.
There are 10 ayes.
That carries. Finally, we have the Public Health, Safety, and Equity Committee, which will be presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Chavez. I'll note that we disposed of item 23 ahead of the last report.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you, Mr. President. The Public Health, Safety, and Equity Committee is bringing forward a variety of different items. Item number 1 grants consent of the mayor's nomination of Rachel Sayer to the appointed position of Emergency Management Director, and I'll move that for a separate vote at the end to make a motion. Item number 2 is an ordinance related to adult bathhouse and sex venues, but this item was already dispensed of at the beginning of the meeting. Items 3.1 and 3.2 are ordinances to the All Gender and Sexuality Welcome City ordinances. I have an amendment for 3.1, and you have a copy in front of you. I will then move the committee's recommendation, but I'll make this a separate vote. Item number 4 authorizes a revenue contract with Minnesota Timberwolves to provide bomb detector security services at Target. Item number 5 accepts the National Environmental Health Association and FDA Retail Flexible Funding Model Grant and authorizes an agreement for the grant. Item 6 accepts Bloomberg Philanthropic Grant for Youth Climate Leadership and Engagement and authorizes a contract for the grant. Item 7 accepts a gift from the National Association of County and City Health Officials for Damone Chaplin, Commissioner of Health, to attend the NACCH 0360 conference in Lexington, Kentucky. Item 8 is accepting a gift from the Government Alliance on Race and Equity for 3 racial equity, inclusion, and belonging staff members to attend the Region 5 Learning Exchange in Detroit, Michigan conference. Item number 9 approves 5 appointments to the Minneapolis Advisory Committee on People with Disabilities. Item 10 approves 9 appointments to the Public Health Advisory Committee. Item 11 approves 7 appointments to the Minneapolis Advisory Committee on Aging. Item 12 approves 11 appointments to the Homegrown Minneapolis Food Council. Item 13 approves 2 appointments to the Community Commission on Police Oversight. Item 14 approves 6 appointments to the Safe and Thriving Communities Work Group. Item 15 authorizes a memorandum of understanding with the University of Minnesota to work with capstone students at the Humphrey School Public Affairs. Item 16 approves a legislative directive related to off-duty police regulation. Item 17 approves a direction to the City Attorney's Office, a motion related to off-duty police management. Item 18 approves a legislative directive related to an alternative site for police officers to use for gun range activity. Item 19 approves a staff direction to research and analyze the organizational structures of institutions that provide comprehensive public safety services. Item 20 directs the city clerk to formulate a plan and recommendation to update the Minneapolis Code of Ordinances to, wherever practical, remove gender-specific requisites in code with the collaboration with the City Attorney's Office. Item 21 calls on the Minnesota Legislature to explicitly establish local authority to protect transgender, non-binary, and gender-expansive residents' equal access to restroom facilities. Item 22 approves a legislative directive related to gender-neutral restroom access, incentivization efforts, and opportunities. Item 23 has already been dispensed of, which was the ShotSpotter contracts. Item 24 authorizes a contract with Emergency Management Services International, Inc., and After Action Review Services. So with that, I'll move approval of all items except I'll pull out item number 1 for a good thing, and number 3 for separate votes.
Councilmember Chavez has moved approval of the committee report minus items 1 and 3, and we've dispensed of 2 and 23. Is there any discussion on the remainder of the report? Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. I do want to note, just for the public record and for our clerks, I thought my office submitted the revisions for items 16 and 17 related to off-duty, but I wanted to note that for both those items, I would like to add Councilmember Warren as a co-author, as well as Councilmember Whiting. And I just want to say thank you to my colleagues on your support as we continue figuring out how we enact fuller oversights over this program that we're constantly seeing issues with, and that taxpayers are constantly having to foot the burden for at $1.4 million. And also, please make sure to add Councilmember Chowdhury. So again, I thank you all for your support on those items. I also wanted to reference item numbers 18 and 19 related to the alternative gun range and Office of Community Safety restructure. This was also a byproduct of many conversations that we've had both behind this dais and on this dais around the future of the gun range at the 4th precinct, but separately to what is the future of the Office of Community Safety. I know several weeks ago we did not move forward a resolution asking the mayor to carry out a national search for that position, and many of my colleagues highlighted that we actually need to do a more thorough analysis of its future. What are we actually gaining? Is there a need for a continued evaluation around how we would like to see this operate, and advance those recommendations to the mayor, who ultimately has control to implement them. So these directives were really a byproduct of collaborative conversations and active listening to my fellow colleagues around how we can work together on addressing 2 critical components around our public safety services and departments and operations. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, and thank you to my colleagues for all the input and feedback that helped shape those. So that's all.
Councilmember Warren.
So are we pulling those items for a separate vote, or were you just articulating around those items?
Yeah, I was just giving context. No need for a separate vote.
Okay. I want to say at this time, thank you, Councilmember Wansley, for uplifting and sitting down and talk with me about the alternative gun range locations, and really, and Councilmember Chavez as well, really hearing me as I was articulating how important that is to the North Side and our community. I mean, you sometimes got to eat an elephant one bite at a time. So I will walk with you on this journey as we look at alternative gun range locations and expand our efforts on what that looks like. Sometimes a no is not a hard no, it's a slow yes. We'll take that slow yes, okay? Let's start working together. Teamwork and make a dream work. And I'm also proud to stand and co-author with you as well on the off-duty regulation and oversight legislative directive, as we are examining how we can better be of support to our officers and what their identity looks like in and out of a uniform, and how they are able to, really expand how they show up for a community. I think it's important information that we need to bring forward, especially in lieu of a lot of other things that are happening around the city. They're people too. They're not just superheroes in blue suits, but they're people too. And so they should, be given some different type of insight and privileges. And we as a city should be more open and communicative. I think I was really shocked to learn that even if a officer is not in uniform, this was the thing that, and I shared this with my council colleague, even if an officer is not in uniform and something is happening in the city, if they do not step forward and support in that situation and someone recognizes them as an officer, like, they're penalized for not stepping forward. So you don't have really a choice to not get involved when you don't want to get involved. If you just want to say, you know what, I don't want the risk of someone saying that I may be in the wrong for trying to step forward and protect or provide some type of support. And that worries me because that takes away, from a lot of different things, but then also, impedes upon a lot of other liability. And I'm ultra concerned about that. So I'm really excited to see what is brought back in this legislative directive that we are putting forward here, and really trying to dig in and do some more research about what that means and what things can come out of that. So thank you for bringing that forward. I appreciate that. Again, I just want to aid and be of great support to our protective service officers, our community service officers, and to our city as a whole. Thank you.
Seeing no one else left in queue, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the report minus items 1, 3, 2, and 23, with the inclusion of Councilmember Warren, Whiting, and Chowdhury on items 16 and 17.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes.
Those items carry. Next, we will take up item number 1, the appointment of our emergency operations manager. I will recognize Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I'm proud to move the approval of the appointment of Director Sayer for Emergency Management Department Director. If I can get a second.
I second that.
Colleagues, there was unanimous support in the Public Health, Safety, and Equity Committee for Director Sayer, and I just want to say thank you so much for stepping up to the plate to continue to want to serve Minneapolis. There have been so many emergencies that have drastically impacted our community members here in Minneapolis and outside of Minneapolis, and you have always been here willing to hear our concerns and have always been willing to take questions and reach out to figure out what we can do to make this city a better place. So I'm just proud to support your nomination, and not only for the work that you do for the department, but also the work that you do with city employees. And I mentioned this in the public hearing. I have deep respect for you and the work that you do with SOGI and our employees here beyond just in your department. That is something that will always go a long way for me because city staff are really important, and I know that they feel really supported by you. So I'm just proud to move this nomination and very want to report back the positive comments that were reflected in the committee.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne, and thank you so much, Director Sayer, for your service, for stepping up and saying, I want to keep on doing this really critical work in the city of Minneapolis. I just want to take a moment to say that I have deeply, deeply appreciated getting to know you and seeing the work firsthand under your leadership out of Emergency Services Department over this last few years. It's, to me, still something I'm wrapping around my mind, the amount of emergency, tragedy, unrest, injustice that we have experienced as a city. And it's been extremely difficult, and we've talked about that, and I think it would have been so much harder if we didn't have your leadership there to prepare our community members and to prepare us as council members. I think one of the things that's so important is being able to know what everyone's assignment is, being able to get information and act in real time. I felt like in the really hard moments where we had to come into City Hall and step into 392 and talk about what's going on, whether it's the mass shooting and Annunciation during the ICE occupation and the aftermath of the ICE occupation, having that space to hear from you and your team and just have that touch point was really important. I am excited for the future ahead. I love the goal that you have of making Minneapolis the most prepared for emergencies and disasters. I think that's like such a wonderful North Star for us to head towards. It makes me wish that you worked here during COVID-19 because we were really, really struggling. And I saw that on the inside when I was a policy aide here. And I think that just says a lot about your work. I look forward to the opportunity for us to educate our community together about what emergency services does and how it's important that neighbors, especially now that they are even more organized, are a part of that plan and that resiliency to be the most prepared. So just thank you so much for your service, and thank you so much for stepping up to the plate for this, and I'm so excited to vote for you today.
Seeing no one else left in queue, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes.
That carries.
Now you can put up Tim Sexton.
Where did that
Yeah, there you go. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you. You're the
Next,
best.
we will take up item number 3, and I will recognize Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I'd like to split the vote on this. This is 2 different ordinances, and I think these 2 different ordinances deserve to be spoken about separately to give justice to the work that's happening today.
Okay, we will take up item 3 as separate votes, 3.1 and... We'll take up item 3 as separate votes, item 3.1 and 3.2. Is there any discussion on item 3.1?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, colleagues. I want to acknowledge the historic nature of today's meeting. As a body, we are moving forward on the Pride and Policy Package, a set of ordinances, policies, and directives meant to create a more welcoming, safe, and inclusive Minneapolis for 2S LGBTQIA+ residents. This package ensures that the city of Minneapolis supports and protects our community. I want to let you all know that we already passed 4 out of the 6 items today, and now we're going on to the final 2. Before I begin my remarks, I want to give a big shout out to council staff who worked so hard on this package. Yvonne Hernandez from the Ward 9 office, Kai Shelley from the Ward 10 office, Amy Diaz from the Ward 12 office for the work on this package, including Brandon Garcia from the Ward 1 office, in particular helping with the bathhouse ordinance. I also want to send a big thank you and appreciation to the city attorney's office, including City Attorney Anderson, City Attorney Abelson, city staff from the administration that joined us in the work group meetings leading up to these ordinances, and co-authors Councilmember Chowdhury and Councilmember Chugtai. There was a lot of work that went into these ordinances, a lot of work from our staff that we're really proud of, and I just want to at least acknowledge the moment we are in today with the passage of these ordinances. I'll speak to the first ordinance authored by myself, Councilmember Chugtai, Councilmember Chowdhury, and Council President Payne. This is 3.1 that I pulled out for a separate vote. For the first time ever, this ordinance enshrines a statement in city code affirming that 2S LGBTQI+ residents belong in Minneapolis. We have a further amendment to this, so we'll be moving this for approval with the amendment here. It establishes in city code that Minneapolis is a safe haven for gender-affirming care. It establishes in city code that Minneapolis is a safe haven for intersex healthcare, which means that Minneapolis is joining a very short list of cities that have put explicit intersex protections into local law. This is a big deal. It prohibits city resources and city employees from interfering with anybody's ability to receive gender-affirming or intersex care. It prohibits the city from accepting or distributing grant funds that would require the city to limit rights of individuals based on gender expression, gender identity, or sexual orientation. It prohibits data sharing agreements that could be weaponized against 2S LGBTQIA+ people. It requires city employee health plans to provide coverage for gender-affirming care and the healthcare needs of intersex community members. It requires all gender ADA accessible restrooms in city-owned and leased buildings, gender-neutral signage on single-user restrooms, and prohibits denying anyone access to a restroom consistent with their gender identity in city facilities. And it establishes a complaint and discipline process for violations. Colleagues, we are living at a time and a moment in this country where there is a deliberate, coordinated federal assault on the lives of 2S LGBTQIA people, and specifically on our trans neighbors. We are seeing federal agencies threaten to withhold funding from institutions that serve transgender youth. We are seeing executive orders targeting gender-affirming care and intersex care. But we are also seeing the city of Minneapolis today responding with love, care, and protection. To every 2S LGBTQIA+ person in Minneapolis who has ever wondered whether Minneapolis will show up for you, I hope today's vote shows you that in part we are committed to that. That Minneapolis will always choose to protect and welcome our community members and our neighbors. I look forward to the day a young queer person will open our Minneapolis Code of Ordinances and see a statement that says that you are welcome here forever. I am also thinking today as we take this vote about Relasia Wright, Savannah Ryan Williams, Sam Nordquist, Renee Good, every trans person, every queer person, every member of our community members who has been taken by hate and discrimination in this country, including Minneapolis. I wish they were here with us today as they got to see this historic vote happen before this body, where they would feel heard and seen by our city. And I want to be clear that this federal government can issue every single executive order they want. They can strip funding, rewrite definitions, erase our neighbors from federal websites, but they will never break our community. They will never break trans people. They will never break any of our 2S LGBTQIA+ people in this city, in this state, or this country. And I want the federal government to know that they cannot come into Minneapolis and tell our neighbors that they do not belong here. Not on our watch, and not when Minneapolis is the beacon of hope for safety for our community. And lastly, I want every trans person and every queer person to hear this. We are not done. This ordinance is not the ceiling, it is the floor. And we will keep building and we will keep fighting, and this city will keep showing up for you. And I need to finish it with this. Trans lives matter, and trans people will always be here forever. I urge support. Really want to thank Councilmember Chowdhury, Councilmember Chugtai, and Council President Payne, and our city staff who have made this vote happen today.
Councilmember Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over the last few months, it's been one of my greatest joys to get to work on the Pride and Policy Package alongside the Ward 9, Ward 12, and Ward 1 offices. And I'm thrilled that we were able to bring forward this set of 6 policies before the body on the eve of Pride and during Pride Month. And I think it's really a reflection of what this month is all about, right? It's about celebration. It certainly is about community. And it's about the fact that every victory that centers the humanity of our sacred and beloved and cherished 2S LGBTQIA+ community is hard fought. And hard won, and that in this month that we get to both honor how hard the fight is right now in this unique moment as an authoritarian federal government and its allies in states across the country are carrying out a coordinated, vicious, and ugly attack to erase LGBTQIA+ people, but in particular trans and gender nonconforming people out of life altogether. That in this moment, what we are choosing to do is demonstrate that here in Minneapolis, we will always be a beacon of hope and of safety for our community and for every member of our 2S LGBTQIA+ community. So as more and more of our neighbors from around around the country are coming to Minneapolis and to Minnesota in search of community, in search of safety. We are so proud to welcome you, and we are so proud to be your neighbors. And I'm thrilled that we're going to get to demonstrate a piece of that up here on this dais today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
I think my colleague said it best, so I won't say too much on it. I just wanted to say thank you to every single person that was a part of this policy. I really, really loved the town hall meeting that we had at Queer Immunity. I thought there was like such valuable feedback, and it like felt really good to go line by line on policy with our 2S LGBTQIA community that just offered a lot of great insight that we were able to bake into the policy. And just shout out to all the orgs that are doing the work right now to make sure that people are well resourced and well educated. I think it's also just extremely powerful that we are the second ever jurisdiction in the United States to take up policy protecting intersex community members. So huge thank you to Tigers for their work and their education. I know our intersex community, especially our youth, really deserve to have a voice and a say in their future and really feel empowered in their identity. So I just feel really proud of this, and I'm excited to just celebrate this Pride weekend, knowing that we as a city council passed such a significant package of policy. It's gonna just make the celebrations even sweeter.
Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I just want to say this: love is abundant. Don't act like it's gonna run out if you give it to somebody. This is beautiful. I am proud to see this go forward, but love is abundant. It truly is. It's not going to run out. There's going to be plenty of it to go around. Share it, be welcoming, be inviting, and just love people, not because you should, but because you can. Not because you should or it's the right thing to do, but because you can. It's an easy thing to do. So no, it's not going to run out. Love folks, be open, be welcoming, and that's it. This is good. Thank you for this and all of your hard work, colleagues.
Seeing no one else
I see you
left
put the
in
flag
queue,
there. I'm okay with the flag being right there.
I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on item 3.1.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitoff.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes.
That carries. And then we will take up item 3.2, and I'll recognize Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. This is the final item in the Pride and Policy package. This is the gender inclusive language ordinance being brought forward by myself, Councilmember Chugtai, and Councilmember Chowdhury. This ordinance updates the rules of construction, which is the interpreted rules that apply to every ordinance in Minneapolis Code, meant to remove outdated binary gendered language. It's a really important ordinance because there is a lot of language that is just quite frankly very gendered across our code of ordinances, and we want to make sure that at least legally, whenever any gender is mentioned in our code of ordinances, all genders should be interpreted as that definition. Earlier today, we passed the staff direction directing the clerk, alongside with assistance from the city attorney's office, to do a plan that would be able to look at all the gendered language that we have in code of ordinances, and then present that plan before the council and how we can create a robust plan to make sure that all these other ordinances get addressed, because as mentioned in the committee, there was a lot of ordinances that already have very he, him oriented language that should just not exist. So really glad and move this for approval.
That's item 3.2 has been moved for approval and been seconded. Seeing no one else in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitoff.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes.
That carries, and that completes the full report. The next order of business is notice of ordinance introductions. We have one notice today. Vice President Osmond gives notice of intent to introduce at the next regular meeting of the City Council the subject matter of an ordinance amending the Licensing and Business Regulations Code, adding a new Chapter 270, establishing licensing requirements to bail fugitive recovery, commonly referred to as bounty hunters. And I will recognize Vice President Osmond.
Thank you, Council President. I am introducing notice of intent, looking at the license rules for fugitive recovery agents, or also called as bounty hunters. People in our neighborhood deserve to know that anyone in this kind of work is following clear rules and operating safely. Right now, Minnesota has almost no standard for this work. That means anyone can show up with tactical gear and claim an authority, as we have seen during the ICE search. These folks, bounty hunters, were going around and saying they're gonna go, I guess they invited, as we know, you can read the letter, paper, they invited the individual who came to our city to disrespect the Islam nation by burning the Quran and coming here, and he was able to get on a vehicle with a bounty hunter and say, we're gonna go hunt Somali illegals. And these bounty hunters have shown that they are above the law, and something has to be done in city of Minneapolis. And when armed activities happen in our community, the city has the duty to make sure that the accountability and oversight is met. This notice simply begins the process of understanding what authority of the city has and what local licensing system we can look into it. Our goal is to protect the resident, prevent confusion, and make sure everyone operating in our city follows clear rules. We will be gathering information, looking what other cities have done. I'm talking to the city attorney. I welcome all council members to really work on this, and just the bounty hunters have no authority. Like they basically have shown during the ICE search that they can go out and pull out a gun and stop anyone and pretend to be ICE. So these are folks that are working in our community. And what I understand is that bounty hunters are not part of the bail company. Bail company hires them to go, arrest or hold individuals. So this is a work in progress, and I'm hoping that we can find a way to protect our residents and making sure that this is a successful process. Thank you, Council President, and everyone is welcome to work with me on this item.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. Also, thank you, Council Vice President Osmond, for bringing this forward. I'll start by saying that bounty hunting exists because of the cash bail system, as you alluded to, which is fundamentally racist, inequitable, and has just been overall bad for public safety. And that said, until we abolish the cash bail system, which has been a lone fight in our own city and across the country, we will continue to have bounty hunters whose sole job is essentially to traffic humans right back into our broken judicial system. And also, as long as bounty hunting is legal, it needs to be heavily regulated. And these efforts allows us a pathway to do that. Also, as you highlighted, Council Vice President Osmond, the incidents earlier this year with bounty hunters riding through our communities, targeting residents alongside right-wing influencers was incredibly disturbing and highlights how much we need accountability around anyone in this business. I'll also name that earlier this spring, one of my staff members here at City Hall had a bounty hunter pull a gun on her and a group of bystanders who were walking down the sidewalk in the middle of the afternoon. And the community members attempted to flag down MPD officers and sheriffs who were circling around the area but were ignored. The sheriff's office eventually responded to the victims, including my own staff member, as well as other witnesses who unfortunately had to see this scene unfold, and they apologized for failing to protect them in that moment. I will note MPD has never reached out nor offer an explanation or apology as well. So all those things make it very clear to me that there is a need for more regulation, enforcement, and accountability in this area. And thank you to Council Vice President Osmond again for bringing this forward. And if you would be open to it, I would love to be added as a co-author.
Yes, please.
Excellent. Councilmember Warren.
I just have a quick question. So how do we know the difference between who these people are and who anybody is? We don't know?
Hopefully this policy could clarify.
Oh, okay. That was just my question, because I don't know how to tell the difference between who is who. We just don't know.
Sorry, I don't understand.
That notice is hereby given and no further action is required at this time. The next order of business is the introduction and referral calendar. We have one item today. Council members Wansley, Osmond, Chavez, and Chowdhury move to introduce the subject matter of an ordinance amending the Licensing and Business Regulations Code for first reading and referral to the Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee, adding a new chapter 342 regulating operation of autonomous vehicles for commercial purposes. May I have a motion to approve this introduction?
So moved,
second. Okay. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai is absent. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 10 ayes.
That carries, and that item is referred to the Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee. The next order of business is resolutions. We have 3 resolutions on our agenda today, all of which received presentations at the beginning of the meeting. Do council members have any additional comments to add? Seeing none, may I have a motion to adopt these resolutions? Oh, Councilmember Warren.
I just want to say that I got the award today for the largest gathering this year so far. Thank you.
May I have a motion to adopt these resolutions?
So moved.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 10 ayes.
That carries, and those resolutions are adopted. Next, we have the order of new business. We have 3 items today. The first 2 are the receipt of the mayor's nomination for Dr. Reginald Freeman to the appointed position of Fire Chief and Enrique Velazquez to the appointed position of Regulatory Services Director. I move to refer these nominations to the Public Health, Safety, and Equity Committee and Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee for the setting of public hearings. May I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 10 ayes.
That carries, and those nominations are referred to the appropriate committees. Next, item 3 under new business was added at the beginning of our meeting by Councilmember Warren, who moves to amend the agenda to include, to request the audit committee an after action review to be completed by March 19th, 2027 and reported to the City Council through appropriate standing committee. Councilmember Warren, would you like to speak to this item?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Council President Payne. So before you is a motion for me to amend the agenda under the order of new business and request the audit committee to move forward with an audit relating to MPHA's use of city funds. And I just want to say that this request is not about assigning blame. It's about accountability and transparency and ensuring that residents receive the safe and dignified housing that they were promised. So when public dollars are invested in a community, the community deserves to know what happened, what worked, what didn't work, and what must be done differently moving forward. This is specifically highlighting a lot of the issues at Heritage Park that residents have raised serious concerns regarding their housing conditions, maintenance, communication, and accountability, and those concerns deserve an independent review. I had a resident come to me and state that he had had a housing inspection less than a week ago by Section 8, and that came into his home and stated that his home passed an inspection. And when I reached out, they stated to me that this individual had never complained about any of the housing conditions that he was experiencing at Heritage Park. And I want people to really know and understand what housing insecurity means. Housing insecurity means that residents won't complain. They won't speak up. They won't say anything because it means that they may be unchosen or seen as unfit to be stable for them or for their families. And this is a very, very, very vulnerable position for individuals to stand in when it talks about stability for families and for community, especially because I believe that safe, suitable, and sustainable housing is the first tier of public safety. So I am proud to champion this work. I know that Councilmember Chowdhury had asked to be a co-author on this request in this audit, and I am open to accept any other council colleagues who would like to co-author this body of work, because I believe that this truly not only helps support Heritage Park, but it also supports what is happening in full transparency in the scope of work for our city as it pertains to our relationship with MPHA and their regulatory and oversight issues that they have with respect to the work with the city of Minneapolis. Thank you.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne, and also thank you, Councilmember Warren, for your leadership on this issue, and I'm very supportive of it. I drive by Heritage Park frequently when I'm headed to North Minneapolis, and it's just been disheartening to see the clear changes over the years as a result of divestment and the lack of care for that property and the residents living there. I know the things we're seeing unfold there today is likely rooted by decisions made many years ago, specifically referencing in 1995, the establishment of the Holman Decree, which led to the demolition of 770 units of public housing. And in lieu of that, local leaders made a variety of promises and commitments that they would expand housing access to marginalized communities and would revitalize that land and that housing that was once there and publicly owned. They will revitalize it and make sure that residents would have the highest quality of housing that they deserve. Those promises, though, did not materialize. And it's now 2026, and it feels like the conditions that led to the Holman lawsuit, which essentially was families having to live in deplorable conditions, those same developments are playing out once again nearly 30 years later. And it's just shameful that with Heritage Park, which was built with the promise of not repeating the same mistakes of forcing public housing residents to live in substandard housing, we're still seeing those things play out. And it is my understanding that half the units that are currently there are vacant due to unlivable conditions. And this is despite investments that the private developer has received from the public to rehab and revitalize and activate those units so that residents can get the quality housing that they deserve and that they were promised. So I hope that this request for our audit can share more light into how we can ensure that something like this doesn't happen again. I know I'm taking this in light with redevelopment efforts that's being advanced forward in my own ward with Glendale Townhomes, and it's the mishandling of public housing like what's taking place in Heritage Park that is creating justifiable fears for my own residents residing at Glendale about what will happen to them. Will they also face a similar fate as many of those living in Heritage Park once it is privatized? And I want to make sure that I'm part of any efforts to strengthen oversight over Heritage Park, because I know that ripples out to the rest of our city, and also strengthen oversight over our entire public housing so residents are not forced to live in substandard housing. And this gives us an opportunity to do that work. And again, thank you for that leadership. And if you also will be amenable, I would love to be added as a co-author.
Clerks.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thanks, President Payne. Yeah, Councilmember Warren, have appreciated the long discussions we've had over the weeks about Heritage Park and what community members in your district are facing. I think it's like a clear showcase of what it really means to have a tale of two cities in Minneapolis. Some people have secure housing, great amenities, they're cared for, they're heard, and then community members here in Heritage Park are forced to live in the shadows with roofs with holes in them, living in molded conditions, and just having to bear the brunt of being in a state where there's just so much disconnect between all of the levels of government that have allowed for this to continue. And one of the things that I hope we figure out in the audit is the city's role in this, and the ways in which there was, excuse me, I'm having a hard time talking when I'm hearing others talk. As I was saying, it's important for us to see what the city's role was in this, and then I also think this is a good moment to highlight that their families continue to live in molded apartments right now. Families are living in molded apartments and are getting inspection fatigue because our city inspectors are going in there with masks and protective equipment, but they don't have that. And MPHA does need to step up and get them adequate housing, and housing that fits the needs of the size of their family, and that's currently not happening, and that needs to be brought to public light. So thank you, Councilmember Warren, and I'm looking forward to being a co-author on this.
Before I call on Councilmember Rainville, I'll note we've been joined by Councilmember Chugtai. And did you miss some votes, Mr. Clerk? Okay. Councilmember Rainville.
Councilmember Warren, please add my name. I stand with you.
Councilmember
Thank you.
Vita.
Same. I just wanted to co-author this with you, Councilmember Warren. I know it's been tough for you and the community. I am so proud of the work you're doing in protecting these families. I think the North Side is also proud of the work you're doing. And if this audit is a way for us to figure out what needs to happen and how we get to help these families. I know the spotlight now is on Heritage Park, but I can only imagine that there are some other places that are suffering also. And so I'm really looking forward to the results of this audit and hoping that it is going to show us the work ahead for housing. I'm certainly a fan of building new housing, but I think this audit can give us an opportunity on preserving what we have now. And so thank you for being a leader on this, Councilmember Warren, and I greatly enjoy your spoken word video about Heritage Park.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Schaefer.
Yes, I would agree with that video. It was very informative, and thank you for taking the time to do that. I also would like to be considered a co-author on this, really want to support you in this work. I had a couple questions, and I'm not sure if you can answer them, but what is the time frame that you have directed staff to look at? Is it kind of like 5 years? You know, this audit, is it going to go back 10 years? I know you're going to have it for sure cover the time frame of Heritage Park, but if there's any more further information you can get around that, I would be curious, or you know, just make sure that we dig as deep as we need to make sure you find out what you're looking for. And then I would be really interested in like their balance between maintenance and capital. So.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Schaefer. May I respond, Council President Payne? Through the President. Councilmember, I have spoken with the auditor, and we will sit down and have an opportunity to meet and talk about what the work plan will look like going forward. It is a request, but it will depend on what and how that information comes down. So
Great.
yeah, we'll be meeting in the future. So if anyone is interested in joining to pose any questions during that time, I am completely open to that.
Thank you.
I added myself to queue actually to speak on that topic a little bit. So in the past, the City Council has requested action by the City Auditor. The Auditor has been responsive to those requests in the past, but we don't technically direct the auditor. We make a request and the auditor can choose to accept or modify that request. I'd like to be a co-author as well, especially as the chair of the audit committee, because I want to be able to be a part of that conversation to make sure that we get some resolution to this community, whether it's through an audit or any other action that we can take on this body. So I would glad to be a co-author with you.
I thank you all humbly for all of your support.
Thank you. With that, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Just wait, I'm on queue.
Oh,
Just
Chavez.
one thing, just to make sure.
Microphone.
Sorry, I just want obviously I love this and I'm supporting it because I think it's important that something gets done. I just want to make sure that we vote on the correct thing, and I want to make sure that like on the RCA, what's on the item description is what we're voting on today to make sure that it is the request. So I just, whatever we need to do to make sure that's happening before the vote, right now, I just want to make sure that's happening.
Council
Clerk?
President, yes, the item came forward very late, and we didn't, in the clerk's office, have time to assist with it. This is actually a resolution, so if you look at the RCA that's attached to the motion to amend the agenda that had already passed, within the text of that RCA, under the box that says item description, it talks about a resolution that is requesting the audit committee to request the auditor, reflecting that, scope of authority, to conduct this independent audit, and it goes on to explain the how and why. The clerks have intended to just take the resolution, which is the proper form, and form that as the action. So I think probably the body is clear. What we're asking for is for the audit committee to ask the auditor via a resolution to consider this independent audit of the housing authority as already described and discussed.
With
Yes.
that, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
He's over it.
Time for lunch.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond is absent. President Payne.
Aye.
There are 10 ayes.
That carries. Our next order of business is a request for closed session. Before I
Mr.
recognize
President,
the attorney,
Mr.
and we
President.
recess for closed session.
Mr. President, I'm sorry. You had asked me about votes that perhaps Council
right, yes.
Shugtai. So we had the introduction and referral calendar that was missed. I assume you would like to just be a vote yes on that, which changes that to 11 ayes. All three of the resolutions were passed while you were out of the room. I assume you'd like to be added as a yes. 11 ayes on the three resolutions. New business 1 and 2, which are the referral of mayoral nominations to respective committees, adding makes 11 ayes. Thank you.
All right, without objection. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Now, our next order of business is a request for closed session. Before I recognize the attorney and we recess for closed session, I'll ask if there are any announcements from council members. Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, President Payne. I don't have an announcement, but I do have a question based off the matter with the Ballpark Authority. So there was talk around the person's term ending, but I want to ask the clerks or maybe the attorneys for clarification. I thought that the current person sits until a new person is reappointed. Can someone find that out for me if that is the case for the Ballpark Authority? So my question is, does the current occupant continue to serve until they're replaced?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, I will endeavor to look that up as quickly as I can. The Ballpark Authority is not a city board. It's an external board to which we have one appointment. And so I'm not as familiar with their bylaws. They are posted to our website. And I'm pulling them up now just to see if I can quickly find. don't see in the bylaws that I'm looking at right now anything about vacant seats holding over, or people sitting in vacant seats holding over. It may be, and I could certainly research that and get back to you, but at a quick glance, Mr. President, Councilmember Vitae, I don't know.
Can you please get back to me, because I think that is different from the term has ended and the person is not sitting in the seat versus the person is currently in the seat until it's replaced by a new appointment.
For
so
sure.
It's whenever you can. That'd be greatly appreciated, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, I just wanted to let everyone know Councilmember Rainville and I are hosting a data centers discussion this evening that will really just have some real experts on hand for 1 hour. Don Kohlenberger, who is a construction industry consultant that has worked on the Dayton's project and Mayo Clinic Square Block E. We have Catherine Huffman, who is the CEO of the Minnesota Center for Environmental Advocacy. And obviously, you know, we know that their MCEA has been successful in obtaining some temporary injunctions against several proposed data center developments around the state. So she will be also on hand. Also is John Marshall, Regional Vice President of Xcel Energy, as well as Dan McConnell, Business Manager of the Minneapolis Building and Trades Council. We're going to be really timely, 1 hour, but we're really thrilled that these experts are here, some of them actually on opposite sides of the aisle on some of these issues. So we want to have a balanced discussion that will really lead us into greater dialogue and respect around the different viewpoints on this and lead us to greater understanding. So we're really excited about that. And of course, Pride is this weekend. Thank you, President Payne, for organizing the parade, and look forward to participating with my colleagues.
Councilmember Stevenson.
I don't know if this is in order, but I'd like to ask if we could go to lunch before the closed session.
My intention was to recess before closed session so that we could take a quick lunch, although the city attorney messaged me saying that it should be very, very brief.
My colleagues are never brief in these. You all have abused my patience in these meetings, every single one of you. I don't believe you.
You're welcome. So I'm going to continue with my original plan to recess prior to closed session. So once we're done with announcements, we'll take a 30-minute recess. 30? Yeah.
I object to 30 minutes.
Okay. Well.
Do we want 45?
Yeah, at least 45.
All right, 45-minute recess after we finish announcements, but we're already trying each other's patience on that. So, Councilmember Chowdhury.
I'll try to keep it brief. Like so many Wolves fans this morning, I woke up with a gut punch when I heard that Naz Reid had been traded. Honk if you love Naz Reid. We're all honking today. Naz Reid meant something. There are a few times when one person can bring together a city and a state that he did. Hear the words of Naz Reid meant more than just a name. They meant hope, they meant passion, they meant community. Naz Reid was an undrafted and signed by the Timberwolves in 2019, and an undrafted player fighting for a roster spot, giving everything he had and eventually becoming a part of something great that resonated with the city and state. Minnesota could see itself in Naz Reid, overlooked, determined to prove people wrong. And he was the NBA Sixth Man of the Year and a key piece of the most successful era of Timberwolves basketball of all time. And a really big deal for the city of Minneapolis. He's done a lot of work to support our local indigenous youth and also expand financial literacy programming in Minnesota. And I think we owe it to him and our community here in Minneapolis and Minnesota to give a moment to a great player that brought a lot of joy to our community.
Councilmember Warren.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Councilmember Chowdhury. Naz Reid started acting funny when his braids was too tight. I don't know. I love my Timberwolves basketball, man, but I think this last season his braids was a little tight, and to say he started acting a little different, so I was concerned. But I do wish him love, success in all of his endeavors, and I do love Naz Reid. You know, I just think we missed something a little bit. But I wanted to make an announcement that on Tuesday, the 30th of June, from 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. My office will be joined by a number of city departments. We are having a community meeting at Summit Academy OIC. And the purpose of this meeting is to provide the residents, the stakeholders, and community partners with updates regarding Heritage Park. We'll be there to answer questions, identify some actionable next steps. The receiver will be present, the property managers, some community advocates. So everyone here is welcome to come and learn and listen if you so desire. The current property management team, reg services, our health department, a lot of individuals are coming, and I'm trying to promote continuing to do these meetings. The last meeting we had on the 11th of May, we had about 17 residents present, both old and new residents. So this is open to everyone. Bring your questions, bring your comments and concerns. We had a great meeting. I'm looking forward to another great meeting this Tuesday coming up. And yeah, have a wonderful Pride weekend, everybody. So excited for the parade and all the other community festivities.
Okay, with that, we've completed all items on our agenda, and we'll now consider the request for a closed session, which is to receive a briefing on the charge of discrimination, Minnesota Department of Civil Rights. Before I move to close the meeting, I'll recognize the city attorney to provide the legal basis for the requested closed session.
Thank you, Council President, Council members. The next item on the agenda is the charge of discrimination, Minnesota Department of Civil Rights, charge number 24-05224. Your lawyers wish to provide a briefing to the council on this matter. Accordingly, under the Minnesota Open Meeting Law, Minnesota Statute Section 13D.05, Subdivision 3B, the council may, upon a proper motion, close the meeting for the purposes of attorney-client communication as permitted by the attorney-client privilege. In considering the motion, the council should weigh the right of the public to know what its government is doing against the need of the city to preserve the confidentiality of its discussions with its attorneys.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I move to close the public meeting as authorized under the open meeting law, specifically Minnesota Statute Section 13D.05, for the purpose of receiving a briefing on the litigation matter of the charge of discrimination, Minnesota Department of Civil Rights, charge number 24-05224. May I have a second to that motion?
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chaudhry.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville is absent. Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 9 ayes.
That carries. For the viewing public, I'll note that the broadcast of this meeting will continue and the council will reconvene in public after we've concluded the session. And we will convene our closed session after a 45-minute recess. So that would get us started at 2:35. Yes. Tech team, we're ready. The time is now 2:55, and the City Council has reconvened in open session following our closed session. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll to prove the presence of a quorum.
Councilmember Palmisano is absent. Councilmember Chavez.
Present.
Councilmember Warren.
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Present.
Councilmember Wansley.
Present.
Councilmember Shuttai.
Present.
Councilmember Whiting is absent. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Present.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Present.
Councilmember Rainville.
Present.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Present.
Vice President Osman is absent. President Payne.
Present.
There are 10 members present.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum, and I will recognize Councilmember Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that all claims against the City of Minneapolis, including any claims for attorneys' fees and costs asserted in Minneapolis Civil Rights Department charge of discrimination number 24-05224, be settled in the amount of $18,000 payable to the complainant in that matter, and $750 administrative fee payable to the Minneapolis Department of Civil Rights from fund number 069001500100145. 5400. The city attorney's office is authorized to execute any documents necessary to effectuate this settlement. I'll ask for a second.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
No.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 9 ayes and 1 nay.
That item carries, and with that, we've completed our business today with nothing further to come before the council, and without objection, this meeting is hereby adjourned.